right, here we go. Live, guys. Welcome. How's it going there? Let's see. Let me open up this chat right here and see what we got going here. We got Keely Chow, Low Spec, and Minimalist Mermaid. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be. As you see here on the chat tonight, got a couple great guys with me here. We've got Kenzo UK up at the top, right? First time on the channel. How you doing?
How are you doing, James? Thanks for having me on.
My pleasure, my pleasure.
Shout out to everyone in the chat too. Shout out to
Yeah.
Minimalist Mermaid representing Legion of Memers.
Yeah. Minimalist Mermaid. Yeah, he's part of the, or he or she, I'm not sure, part of the Legion of Memers then, right?
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, definitely. They've been posting some cool memes the past couple of weeks, like on
Yeah.
quite a few of the different Fellowship Creator podcasts. So and they've been doing a really good job.
It's been crazy watching the Legion of Memers kind of blow up here, you know? It was something like during like Friday Night Tights or Thursday Night Throwdown or other shows, you know, we'd see them pop in every once in a while, a little meme, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, it's just like boom, everywhere. And they've got their own really nice group of people.
We can thank No Green Rocks for that. Superman, if he wasn't scared of green rocks.
Yep.
The founder, creator of Legion of Memers. No, but it's pretty awesome. He's created sort of a obviously a group of people that but obviously we have a chat that's sort of kind of like a comic book writer's room, if you like, but for meme creation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and like these guys take their memes very seriously, and as they should, because they're very good at it.
Oh yeah, oh definitely.
Go ahead. Sorry, James.
And I interrupt people. Just go.
I'm sorry. And if you've been on the internet in the past 20 years, then obviously you know that memes have become quite a important way of explaining ideas, getting messages across. You know. Like they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. I think that definitely is relatable to memes, because often a meme can take a headline and run with it, you know, like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's what was I going to say? I remember one of the watching like Friday Night Tights and stuff. That's the first kind of I'm very new to a lot of like this internet stuff that's going on nowadays. I'm always that guy who's like under the rock. I'm the last to like
Me too.
To like get onto Facebook, last to get onto Twitter, last to get onto Instagram. I'm just like I just don't, you know, follow the you know what the trend is at the time. And so when I first started seeing these on Friday Night Tights, I'm like, man, these are hilarious. And at first it was just like a few, and now it's just like
that's where they spotted me.
It makes the show.
That's where they spotted me, from just me posting on FNT. But that's where I first saw you as well, James, actually, in the chat for FNT.
Right.
Yeah, and then I started seeing your name pop up in other Fellowship Creators chats and stuff.
Yeah.
And then I'm quite new to Twitter as well, to be honest with you. I've only really been on it for the past 8 months.
Mm-hmm.
I used to really not do social media that much. I was recently a tradie in construction, doing roofing for the past 20 years.
Ooh.
And I had a bit of an injury a year and a half ago that's left me not really able to get up there. Ouch. So it's given me the opportunity though to sort of get back into my artwork. I've always been into drawing ever since I can remember. And I was always, you know, told by people, man, you're wasted up here. Like you should be, you know, doing something creative. Like I've always been told that. And obviously having a family and a full-time job, it's hard to put in the time to actually do something. But now I actually have had some time and I've sort of gotten back into it. Like I think it's something I definitely want to try and do. As I've always wanted a job that, you know, I enjoy doing. Not that I didn't enjoy doing roofing, but getting paid to do something I enjoy is a dream that most people have. And I think now is the best opportunity and that I'm going to have to do that, you know, and I should grab it with both hands.
Well, it's crazy how the universe could sometimes throw you into some kind of scenario or situation where it forces you to, you know, forces you to do that, almost like you don't have much of a choice. And I'm sure, like, I'm assuming that you got injured. My father was a carpenter, and yeah, there was a lot of injuries with carpenters and everything. And like same with me, like it was just like the whole coof coming about. Uh, we had to close down shop because I have my own English and art school, but you just know that you're going to get a steady paycheck with the line of work, like with my English work.
That's right.
Um, but it takes a lot of guts to kind of throw that to the side and to kind of you know throw those crutches to the side and lean on something that you're not certain whether or not it's going to bring you consistent pay, but the only way you're going to get better at it and know that if you can or cannot do it is to try it and to go straight to the deep end of the pool. And uh, but I've heard a lot of. I had a barbecue with some friends last night, and
Well,
literally almost every single one of them, and we're all basically in the same age group, within like 10 years of all of each other, and yeah, it seems like everybody's just doing something. They're like, you know what? I'm trying it now. I'm ditching this job and I'm going to go full into my passion. Um, one of the
they
guys
should.
he's gonna. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was saying, and everybody should, you know,
Mhm, mhm.
if you've got a talent,
Yeah,
but especially
yeah,
for creating, there's no reason why you shouldn't be sharing it with everyone.
yep. Well, one of the guys, his creation is beer, brewing beer,
Mhm.
and he's a really really avid guy about it. Knows his stuff, and he's like always wanted to do it, and he's very passionate about it. So now he's going to go take a shot. Another guy started up a spice shop, importing and doing all kinds of stuff like that. Other guys, what's the other guy doing? Another guy, well, he's got his own farm, doing farming work. It's crazy, you know. I mean, no, mind you, there's no knocking anybody who we need carpenters, we need people to do the
Yeah,
kind
of
of work.
course.
But in the end, if you're just sitting around, you're like, no, this isn't for me, you know. I've got this other talent that I want to pursue. Then hell, man,
I
you're
do
wasting your
think
time.
maybe perhaps the lockdown gave people that opportunity
It
to
did.
explore other avenues, and the fact that everyone, you
Yeah.
know, thinks, oh yeah, if I'm out of work for a week, then I'm, you know, I'm going to lose everything. But the fact is, you know, most people were had to find alternative work or do something else for, you know, over a year. And
Right.
like most
Right.
I know a lot of businesses did fail and stuff, but then like we said, it gives you the opportunity to maybe move on to something different. I didn't really
Yeah.
have the choice, you know. I got injured, had a surgery, and was put into a position where I couldn't really get around too much. I spent a lot of time at first not really knowing what to do with myself, and
Yep.
then I spent a lot of time on YouTube watching,
Hmm.
you know, fellowship content creators chatting away, lots of art streams and stuff.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
then I thought, well, I should be doing something, you know, and it just
Right.
like that. I've always drawn and stuff, and I've got too many hobbies, you know, like most people.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, whether it be building, gunpla, reading books, reading comics, drawing, going out for walks, hiking and stuff. I go to Wales
Right.
twice a year just to go hiking with the boys. You know, we do
Hmm.
an Airbnb, but I think it is definitely something I've always wanted to do, like I said before. But just as a lot of other artists that are even very talented ones, no one gives you that certificate to say, here you go, you're a professional artist now.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, you have to make that leap yourself, have some confidence in yourself. And,
Hmm.
you know, I'd been asked to do commissions and stuff like on social media prior to sort of me actually throwing myself at it. And I was turning them down because, A, I didn't really think I was good enough, you know, because,
Yep. We've all been there. We've all been
yeah.
there. Trust me. Trust me. It even happens to this day. But it's that little voice inside that goes, "You're not good enough. You're not good enough." You got to like switch it off.
I
But
think it's the
it.
same for. Oh, sorry, Jake. Carry.
Oh no, go ahead. No, you go ahead. You
I
go ahead.
think it's the same for everyone, whether you be a guitarist,
Hmm.
a
Yep.
artist. Depending on your mentality, if you see someone who is really talented, it's either going to give you the motivation to try and push to be that talented yourself, or with some people, it's like, I'm never going to be that good. What is the
Yep.
point?
Right. Right.
Mm.
In the end, like, well, I listened to many like artists do their live streams and stuff as well, and it's basically the imposter syndrome. You know, like I don't deserve to be doing this. This isn't me. There's so many people who are so much better at this.
Mm-hmm.
Why am I'm not talented. Blah 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 blah. But in the end, it's I don't know. I think that's something that pushes you to be better, though. You know, um, and it's a part. I think that's a sign of people who really think like that. I think that's a sign of actual a talent, a person who has talent. They
But
have that voice
you've
there.
got to have that confidence in yourself. But you can have 100 people telling you, "Oh, you're amazing, your work's great."
Yep.
But if you're not feeling that yourself,
Yep. Then it doesn't do anything to you. In fact, what it might like, why are so many people saying this? Are they just saying this to me because they're trying to be friendly to me,
yeah,
or they're just trying to like, why do they actually feel that way? But then I see comments like I just put up not to go off on like a tangent, but I like for the theme of tonight's show is Lord of the Rings. I'm going to be doing another picture of that. Actually, really haven't decided when I have decided what I'm going to do, but not sure exactly how I'm going to portray it yet. But
your stuff that you've done the past few weeks has been absolutely amazing.
thank you, thank you. It's
Honestly,
been fun to work on. What was I going to say? Oh, I kind of forgot. Oh well, that
you were
wasn't
saying
important
you're not
anyways.
sure what you were
Oh
saying
no,
you're
no,
not
no, yeah,
sure who you're going to do.
yeah. But like I had like a person on Twitter put like, yeah, I showed it to my wife and my kids. It's like, whoa, you know, it's that's really humbling, and it makes you, yeah, okay. That I feel like the work is impacting people. It's giving them some kind of joy. So for me, I take that to be is something that really gives me a lot of drive, and it kind of shows you that it's not you've got something that affects people in a good way.
Mm.
Inspires people. But one of the guys I watch for comic book related work is David Finch. I don't know
Oh,
if you
of
know who
course,
that
he's
is or not.
amazing. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, he's got a live art stream where he brings on other artists, and he's like himself. He was like, I'll just have days where I'm like, "Well, what I do not I'm not good. I'm horrible. I shouldn't be doing this. There's so many other better people out here than me." And he goes through that stuff, and he's like
But
a
he's
god
amazing.
amongst, yeah, a god. But there was another there's a guy who was actually on, whose show was he on? I want to say it was like a astrophysicist's um podcast I was listening to, and they had a guest writer on there, author on there, and he actually did a book about the imposter syndrome. And come to find out, not that I'm any comparison to these people, but your big, huge names like Einstein, Picasso, all those guys totally suffered through it like their whole lives, and it was just a complete battle all the time. But you can take solace in that, knowing that even the big name guys have it. So
Yeah,
um,
definitely.
yeah. But speaking of your work, have you? I don't know if you would be up for sh- like we've got. Let's see how many people we've got in the stream here right now. I think that we've got about 7 people watching right
I
now.
don't even know if I'll be able to. I'm streaming on my pad at the moment. I'm
Okay,
out
I meant.
back. The
Did you have
house
any?
is too noisy, so I come
Oh,
out.
okay, okay. Well, I mean, if you had anything, do you have any like? Do you work? Like, well, tell us about your work. What kind of work do you do?
Well,
And if
I've.
you have some, actually, if you have some links, I could pull some up here on my side. If you
I'll
want to
put.
send it to me, the
I'll
private
send.
chat.
I'll send them over in the chat.
Yeah, yeah.
But I've mainly been. I was putting a lot of stuff up on Instagram before and Facebook, but
Hmm.
I didn't really like the platforms. I was getting hassled on there by people I didn't want to be hassled by.
I hear you.
Bots of
Yep.
various nefarious purposes that I just kept getting PMs from. So I just closed my account and I come over to Twitter. I do. I'm a mixed media artist like yourself, I guess. I do doodles on paper from doing some painted stuff. I've done some street art before.
Hmm.
I do mainly at the moment. I'm working digitally uh, because since I had my accident and my surgery,
Yep.
I'm finding it a lot harder to work. I can do my pencils okay, but whenever I'm working in inks, there's some days where I'm shaking quite a lot off the
Yeah.
medication that I'm on for my back. That I'm finding it difficult, and I'm get stressed with it. But
Right. I hear you. I hear you.
since I got myself like a pad and
Hmm.
Apple Pencil, I found it a lot easier. It kind of negates the shaking. At first, when I first started doing it, it took a bit of getting used to. I'd done stuff on like pads before using a stylus, but I wanted to get the Apple Pencil because it's a bit more responsive than just your normal stylus.
Yeah, that's what somebody brought up that point here recently about doing digital or doing physical media, and that was one of the points that they gave for positive of the digital form of media is that you're able people who do have certain kind of injuries or whatever, it's a bit more easy for them to work
Yeah, it
digitally than
definitely
it
is.
is in physical media. Yeah, yeah. So you're living
You
proof of
can
that.
use
Yeah.
arcing tools and stuff. If you're having a particularly shaky morning,
Hmm.
I obviously try to do nice long smooth strokes and stuff, and some days I can. And
Yep.
it's just there's days where I am a little bit shaky, and that completely negates it. Um, it is a lot different to working um, sort of traditionally.
Uh-huh.
But there's techniques that I've picked up from watching people, art streams like David
Right.
Finch and other
Right.
comic book artists that
Hmm.
I wouldn't have sort of thought to do myself. Like
Hmm.
I watched a tutorial on how to draw fire, and
Yeah.
most of it, to be honest, is erasing stuff. So you
Right.
just draw a few blobs of color, blend it, and then start erasing bits to make it look like fire. And then I sort of use that technique in and brought it over into my work. So when I'm just trying to shape a form, if I go a bit out rather than just getting rid of the whole thing and then drawing it again, I use the erasing tool to try and get a rough shape of what I want and go from there. But
Oh, very
there is
cool.
like I think we were talking. I was in the chat last week or the week
Hmm.
before on your stream, and we were talking about the differences between using traditional and digital, and
Yeah. Yeah.
going both ways. There's stuff and effects you can get from using digital that you can't
Oh,
traditionally.
of course. Of course.
But
Yeah.
then it goes the same way. I find some of the inks and stuff and acrylics are a lot more vibrant, than doing them digitally.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was listening to you and responding to Mr. Grant Gregory at the same time. Yeah. Like, there's definitely. I mean, there's, there's no real, which one is better kind of
Of
solution
course,
or
well,
or
you
answer.
get die-hard traditionalists though, don't you?
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
any field, I guess, whether it be
Yeah. Yeah.
DJing or art, you're always going to have
Yeah.
traditionalists.
Even when it comes over to like the movies, you've got your practical effects and your
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
CGI, and for me, like, ah, man, there's just some things you can't do with practical effects that you have to do with CGI, but there's other things like that you do with CGI. It's like, man, if you would have done that in practical effects, it would have been so much better. But again, but now that you have both choices, it'd be good to kind of like have a balance of maybe using both.
Yeah,
One of
that's
my
right.
professors at university, he did a lot where he incorporated both mediums together, and it's something I'm actually looking into as well. But for me, I think it's no, I'm not going to tell somebody who's doing digital stuff to like you're wrong or you're then no. That's if you like it, do it, go for it.
You can't. You do
That's what
get
floats your boat.
people out there that try. Oh, I done this completely with French curves and this. I don't ever letter anything digitally. Like, well
Yeah,
done. Oh, you're a
congratulations.
traditionalist, are you?
Yeah,
Oh, well, what are you using that pen for? Traditional art was traditionally
right.
done with a stick and some ash
Yeah,
in a
exactly.
cave. What are you
Yeah.
drawing on pen? How traditional do you want to be?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, even at the time where people probably bought about like ballpoint pens or whatever, everybody's like,
Mm,
"What? You're using that instead of like your nib and your dip pen? Oh, how
yeah, of
dare you?"
course.
Yeah, yeah. I
But you
find
can
I
get
just
some
have it.
cool. You get some really good artists that strictly just use a ballpoint pen nowadays.
Oh yeah, you
Like.
do. Yeah, you see them. They like use like a lot of blue drawings or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like really really detailed. And kudos to you. What it all boils down to is, are you genuine about what you're doing?
Mm.
Yes. Are the people who your fans out there, the people who enjoy your work, are they enjoying what you're doing? If so, then if you're doing it digitally, if you're doing a ballpoint point, if you're doing finger painting, it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all.
If you're doing AI and you tell
Yep.
people you're doing AI, I think there's
Yep.
nothing wrong with that. That has been a bit of a
Yep.
polarizing subject in the
Yep.
field of art at the moment.
Yeah, but that's another thing. It's one of those it's gonna happen. It's inevitable,
Mm,
but physical media is never going to die away. It's
of
never gonna
course.
stop. There are certain things about physical media, some tools that you might lose, like, for example, photography, film. developing your own film. It's that's going to be it's basically almost gone as it is, which is unfortunate because the ability to get pure these really rich black and whites through you could tell too when you're looking at a digital print and when you're looking at it in what's it called what's the name again? There's black and white photography, the printing process. There's a name for it, and I just went blank. I took like photos.
Oh man, I always do this.
It's like something emulsion, something.
I said to myself I was going to write some notes for on the podcast, so I didn't skip over stuff. And that I didn't actually write anything. I just sort of.
I never. No. Notes are overrated. Yeah, it's funny. I was on Ryan Roger. Who? What? Ryan Ath. I always.
I know who you mean.
Yeah. I was on his show, and I'm always early to shows, but I got to his. I was out, and I just got back in the nick of time, like basically 5 minutes before the show started, and he's very, like he has it all planned out exactly.
Very professional.
But I was like, showed up at the right before it started. He's like, oh, okay, I guess we're gonna be doing it a little bit differently today then. So it ended up being a lot of just impromptu ad lib kind of things, which in itself.
But you can put on the spot. You can forget the name of your favorite painting, the name of your favorite artist. It's
I do that all the time. Happens, all the time.
You got too much other stuff going on in here. That's what it is.
Exactly. I'm still trying to remember. It's silver emotion print. Silver emulsion printing. That's what it's called because they use silver within the paper. They're silver. All right. Well, okay. I didn't get if you wanted to send me over a link, I can show off some work of yours if you want me to. Or I can look on your Twitter.
You could just look on my Twitter. There's some stuff on
here.
Twitter.
I'll bring it up over here, and I'll share some myself.
I think I put a time lapse video up last week of me painting, just digitally drawing a Dragon Ball Z character, and then I've put the stuff for the Full Aussie podcast, which it was just a digital picture. Basically, I drew the cast as characters from an Australian cartoon called The Big Les Show.
I have.
And The Big Les Show was created by one man, Jared Wright, the amazing Jared Wright. Shout out to Jared. All on Microsoft Paint.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, the whole thing is drawn on Microsoft Paint, and obviously, I think it adds something to it. His artwork kind of did it evolve, shall we say, over the series. But even the first series, where it's sort of shaky lines and stuff, like I really like it. I think it adds something to it,
Right.
It adds to the style.
Yep. I mean, own it. Yeah. And it adds to your style, and it becomes your calling card.
Yeah, of course. And he's done, I think, 5 or 6 seasons over the last 10 years. And like I said, I did a version of the Full Aussie podcast crew as Big Les characters, Mr. Grant Gregory included. And then I did a small. Sorry.
Did you do horror Amaradas?
Yes. I did all of the ones for the midweek hump, the Sheepsidian one.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I also did a sort of version of Gary from Roddick as
with the Batman one holding
66. Yeah.
Do you mind if I pull up your Twitter and kind of show?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yeah. Let me do that real quick.
Nothing to hide.
I do.
If anyone in the chat wants to follow me, it's at Art by Kenzo at Twitter.
Actually, I'll throw that in. I'll throw the link to your Twitter in the stream right here real quick.
Sorry, like I said, I'm not really prepared with anything.
No problem.
I'm relegated out the back here where it's quiet, away from the noisy children.
Let me present this. How many kids you got?
I have 3 amazing children.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I've got one right here. Oh, what's that? Ooh, is this what you made at the thing today? That's beautiful. Wow. And this is Kenzo. Yeah, he's in the UK. You're live on my show right now, Money. In the whole world. Is that
the whole world can see you.
All right. Here you go, hon. This is beautiful. Thank you. Say goodbye. Bye-bye. Very good. All right.
Bye-bye.
Good job.
Oh, they certainly keep you on your toes, don't they, James?
Oh, they do. Well, I've got one, and that's a handful itself. Here, let me bring up this share the screen right here, Chrome tab, and there we go. All right. Okay, and I'll put it at full screen here. And if there's anything that you want me to stop at, and yeah, so this is the Gary, the Roddick one you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, you've definitely got a very unique style of your own, especially with these the contour lines and the kind of the thicker shadow
The
lines
thicker
that you have here.
outline.
Yeah. You can definitely
It's
tell
more
it's
of a
you.
like. I think a lot of my influences were the one of the little cat guy that was done by my 10-year-old son.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh,
Obviously, he
very
didn't
nice.
draw the background. The background's photoshopped in, but the
Right.
character, that was just drawn on Procreate.
Uh-huh.
I think he might have the talent also. And the one below, that's the one below that is Az from Friday Night Tights.
Oh, okay,
a cartoon version drawn in the Asriel costume.
Ah, all right.
Yeah,
right.
and those two horror Amurata ones are.
Yeah, I quite like. I quite like the feel of this one.
I like how I was trying to go for an old photograph kind of look.
So did you kind of like do some overlay with?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
And then I did obviously the skirt she's wearing is sort of a bit of photoshopping.
Oh, right,
and the same as the book cover. Right, that's a H.P. Lovecraft book.
Right. You know, even you know what the difference between AI art and this is? Do you want to know the big difference?
What's that?
It's called heart. It's called like investment.
Feeling.
And it's called, and that's why you won't be able to get the same kind of thing from AI art.
Because if you go down again, there was one you went past that little guy there. I did a time lapse video below that, which is me drawing it. So I just started with just a basic form to get the shape, and then did a very rough outline.
Right.
Very
nice. What's his character's name again? Is this
His name is Garlic Jr. He's a bad guy.
From Dragon Ball, right?
Yeah, he's from Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
But yeah, then I sort of went. I tried to use a few different pens. I downloaded, purchased a set of brushes, and this one was a marker. So I was trying to sort of
play around with that.
More of a to try and get a bit more of a. I don't know if there's anything going up that way because I haven't really been posting. But yeah, thanks for showing those anyway.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Yeah.
If you go down a bit, there's some more. That's the Big Les stuff. That's Sassy, the Sasquatch that I drew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, from the Big Les show. He's one of the main characters. That guy there Les is the main character. And can you go down a little bit as well?
Sure.
Yeah, and then that's my wife.
Oh, okay.
I drawn to go in on my profile pic.
Wait a second. She follows me on. Oh, no, does she?
Yeah, she does.
Probably. Okay. I recognize this.
So you've got to be extra proud of that Pua picture from a young fella that I'm assuming.
Yeah, I am. He's doing really well. That's all he does is sit and draw. Like he's pretty cool. And that's my shags that I did for the midweek hump. And then if you go down, there's the Sheep Sidian one underneath him.
Oh, right there.
Yeah, dude, I had no idea that was you. That's insane.
Yeah, I quite enjoyed this one. I would have to say this is one of my favorite ones. That and the Horror Amarata. I really like the Horror Amarata, the feel right there, like especially with this one. Just like
I tried to give it the old photograph look.
Yeah. I like what you said earlier about you saying that AI doesn't have the heart, but I think I look at it in a different light. I think it's a tool.
It certainly is.
Yeah, it's not like you don't go, a fish punching a camel. There you go. I created this artwork.
Exactly.
That's my youngest. Sorry to interrupt. That's my youngest.
Sorry.
He's about to touch.
The Transformer or the kid? I don't know.
Did you just call my Gundam figure a Transformer?
I don't know.
Oh,
it's all the same. It's all the same, isn't it?
What? Okay, can we see? I'm not sure that there's much more on there.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I need to upload some more stuff.
Yeah. But no, those are great, and you've done a lot for everybody out there on all the channels. So I'm
seeing it as I'm only paying it forward, because when I was really bad straight after my injury and my surgery and I couldn't get around, you guys included, and the rest of the fellowship content creators kept me safe.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. I completely understand you there.
Forward.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Gregory. No. I'm definitely not anti-AI artwork by any means.
Oh yeah, not at all.
I don't know if you've watched the long video that Shad put out a couple of weeks ago, but I think he sort of nailed it as far as I'm concerned, sort of with all the points he brought up. That's how I feel.
Yeah, no, I understand that. From someone who isn't an artist's perspective, what he said to a certain point rang true, and then to a certain extent, like I want to do I'm currently doing a comic book based purely and simply on everything is done by AI art, but it's fundamentally a part of the story. It's a story about someone who is going through dementia. And every time that they look at something, it changes. So you can take the same image and you can go over and you get these weird variations that I wouldn't think of. So I'm doing that sort of style to incorporate that. Not only that, I have a huge history of using Photoshop for the last 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
So every image that I do, I go in and take it into Photoshop. Except anything that involves hands, I will not edit fingers. Because I figured the moment that you start editing fingers, you're trying to claim that you've done that yourself. So if I've done an artwork with something, I'll change everything but the hands. Because as soon as someone looks at it and they're going, there's 19 fingers on his left hand. and I went, okay, yes, he's from Yorkshire. We understand that. That's, but no, it's I think if you leave the signatures in there but change other things around it, yeah, like
the stuff you've been putting up the last few months is amazing, honestly. The AI artwork that you've posted, like the guys in the Rick and Morty style and stuff, I think they're great.
Well, the weird thing about it is the ones that I just do so and so in Rick and Morty style doesn't work as good. I have to describe the scene in stupid detail. It ends up being like an essay just to do a picture, and then I go, no, I don't like it. Retry, and after about 30 or 40 retries, I get one image.
That's what Shad said. Him and his brother did a stream where they were making AI castles. Yeah. And it was the same thing. It's very hit and miss. I had a little go myself.
It also depends on what you're using. I pay for Midjourney because Midjourney is the leader when it comes to what they can do. I started Midjourney back in version 1. They're now up to version 4, and they'll also moved to this thing called Niji, which is anime. And what you can do with that is scarily stupid. Like, you could just go Luke Skywalker in the style of Studio Ghibli, and you wouldn't tell that you couldn't tell. Fingers are perfect, everything's like that because it's in anime style.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, like that's where it gets a bit scary. Like actual, like
I can see why
it's inevitable. It's going to happen. It's going to take over. Like it's the future of what's going to.
There's another AI thing and it's from a multi-platform. It's basically Swiss Army knife of AI. But what I can do is I can feed it 100 pictures of someone's artwork, and I can get it to recreate something in that style.
Okay.
So realistically, if I was to grab 100 of your images, Jinja, I could literally go, all right, this style is called quote unquote Jinja.
Right.
Ninja. And then I could go, I want Something, the Taj Mahal,
right.
but on a beach in the style of Ginger Ninja. And it will. I mean, that's where it starts to become really scary, where they're capturing direct styles.
Yeah, and then
the first sort of software I used years ago was that Deep Dream generator when that first came out.
Oh yeah, Dream. Yeah, Dream was great. Dream Booth.
Yeah. You just sort of put it in, and it could mimic art styles in that sense. You could. It already had some presets that were artists.
It had like Da Vinci, Van Gogh, it had the big four.
All the famous ones: Jinja, Ninja, Da Vinci.
Yeah, all the gingers. Yeah. Kenzo.
Kenzo had a bit of a. No.
This is the face reveal as it goes. Up until
now.
Really?
This is the first one.
This is.
Dude,
the old face.
Look at that.
Reveal.
It's weird. Kind of remind me a lot of my uncle. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, thank you.
He's a good uncle,
might
right?
Be related.
He sounds great.
I was just a little bit of a tangent here, but Roddick had put up on Twitter right now, actually 6 hours ago, the Harry Potter books. That one person that stripped, that took off the cover.
I saw.
Yeah, only 500 million more to go. Good luck.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. On the plus side, if they get paid for it, they've got a job for life.
Exactly.
Because like Tolkien and like the Bible, there's more printed every year than you can get rid of.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. Seriously.
Yeah. This whole talk about like the AI art and things like that, though, kind of I don't know if you've read or watched Dune, Kenzo, or I know. Yeah. So like how in the future, like robots and that kind of artificial intelligence is all, illegal, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
Especially, I wonder. I don't know. It almost gets to a point where
the Butlerian Jihad.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
So yeah, he obviously never heard of it. So
never heard
of it. No. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right, I'll be back in a second.
Oh, no problem. Yeah. So it makes me wonder, kind of like, well, are things going to get too much to a point where you can't discern about, whether or not it's legit or not, or if people are having like identities stolen or things, or I don't know, is it going to get to a point where like, okay, all this has to be illegal, all of this no longer to do it? I don't know.
I don't think it takes anything away from art. Like Shad brought this point up. Was if you imagine when cameras got invented, prior to cameras, it was illustrators and artists that captured people's image, and they're still doing it today. And the camera's been around for a hell of a long time. Just because the camera exists, it didn't mean that everybody wanted photographs. Some people still want a hand drawn, a hand painted.
And even to this day, people for commissions will ask you for, they'll ask you for portrait, because now it has more. Well, I mean, it was something that only the elites would be able to get back in the days. You know what I mean? Yeah. Having your painting done, that was big time elitist kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then it became now it's just like, well, the regular old Joe wants a painting from an artist or something like that of their kids or what have you. I don't know. It's just it's another tool. I think it's going to be for like movies and things coming up though. I mean, hey, we want this actor or actress that's long gone. Let's just throw them in there and, and have them have a movie around them.
That would be pretty cool. Like if done well and done right, for a scene. I'm not saying. Well, I don't know if it would be all right for a whole movie because the technology's not quite there yet.
Well, I guess you would have to laws to go along with it as well.
I mean, people get upset when you dead name someone.
No, yeah.
What are they going to be like? It's like, oh, by the way, you now put my grandfather who was dead 100 years ago in a film that's still making money now for your company.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, they're not exactly the harbinger of morals and so.
No, but I mean, I love the whole deepfake technology and different things I've delved into. Many of that sort of thing. Because from an editing perspective, because that's my artwork is editing.
Right.
So taking something that it doesn't exist, moving it around and creating something new. where you guys you can put pen to paper, or whether you use computer or whatever your medium is,
right?
You guys can do that. Where I work differently.
Yeah, I totally hear you.
That's why I love that. That's why I got so into AI, because I look at that as it's training wheels. I'm never going to be able to ride a bike.
I still think if you feel at the end of it that you've created it and you get that feeling of accomplishment, no one can take that away.
Yeah, it's a creative outlet for you, everybody and it's just another one for people to have. Which, if you can, if
you get people that will try and take it away from you, you'll get people online that will try and dismiss it as you cheated or whatever. But it's the same as anything. You get people that disagree with you on everything.
But I can remember when people were saying that people who use Photoshop aren't artists, and then Illustrator come out. I can remember in the 90s when Illustrator come out, people were like, this isn't art.
Now I'll bring up about a point about that. I just recently went to an exhibition of did you ever see the Japanese illustrations of Vampire Hunter D?
I love Vampire Hunter D.
Yeah, I went to his exhibition.
We know these things.
Exactly. So I went. They had an exhibition here in the city. So I went and I saw a bunch of that work, and they had up physical media, and they had up stuff that he had done digital as well. And maybe it's just me, but I was like, I saw the digital stuff. Was like, okay, cool, it looks nice. And then I saw the physical stuff, but I think it comes from a point of somebody who works in physical media. You know how difficult it is to achieve that. You know how much time and practice goes into getting that. And of course, it takes that much in Illustrator and stuff as well, believe me. But you kind of see that and you're like, I don't know. It's difficult to explain it. I enjoy it more than I do things I know that have been printed out. That's just how
The perfect part of what you guys do, and especially what you do, is it's an imperfect art. You're never going to have the perfect shading. It's never going to be, like if you could scale, right, this is 90% black all the way through to the edge. It's never going to be this perfect scale. There's going to be cross hatches. There's going to be dots. There's going to be that's
the human element.
Human element.
Yeah.
I'm not taking anything away from digital work, because I do digital work as well. But it's like whenever I go to an exhibition and I see these things that are blowing up, I'm like, for some reason, this is me. I see that stuff that's done physically, and I get more from it. I think it's because I know that hands touched it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's a digital artists, especially nowadays, that are actually trying more to achieve that hand-drawn look, and they're choosing more different brushes that have a different grain or a bleed to them.
Yeah.
To achieve the look of a marker or the look of proper.
But the problem that you have is
that's a huge market. Brushes, my God, if you look at some of the stuff just for people that are looking for just a basic chalk on concrete sort of style, to be able to get the pressure and the angle and everything, the work that goes into just create a brush, and it sells for hundreds of dollars.
They do,
to achieve the same look as someone going out and doing the exact same thing on a bit of concrete, taking it, but
Well, here another thing that physical work has that you don't see with digital is you have. What's the word I'm looking for? I could say it in Japanese dekoboko. It's got it's
peaks
3-dimensional. It stands on the paper, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's really great about Van Gogh's work.
It has texture, physical texture.
Yeah, physical texture that creates shadows in itself, which creates a different kind of. That's the thing about Van Gogh's, because he goes really, really, really thick on his brushwork. Again,
I totally.
But in the end, it doesn't. You can appreciate everything. You could say that you don't like AR, and that's fine, because people don't like rock music. Some people don't like country music. But in the end, it exists. It's here, and it's not going away. And if you're having fun doing it, go for it, man.
I like it because I think I like to push the boundaries of it. I just okay, what's something that I want to see, but I'm never going to pay anyone to make it. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to see Donald Trump lifting a donkey over his head in water as a bodybuilder, but I have that image on my computer because I created it through prompts because I could, you know.
Yep.
There's that morbid curiosity to it, and like you're saying, like the textures, like, you know, when you do, I don't know what you call it, whether it's your spill or you paint over a bit of paper, and then you see your image in there. You don't do that with anything else. Like, you use real world sort of thing as an inspiration. Coffee stain artwork. There's so many people that I see now that'll spill coffee on, you know, a bit of paper or something like that, and then draw like. I'm like, how was that a roller coaster? Like, I don't get it. But now, you know, when you see it at the end, you're like, yeah, it makes perfect sense. Like,
yeah, you take that paper, you could throw it in the oven as well. I don't know if you've ever. There's a technique if you want to get an old paper look. You spill coffee on it and then you throw it in the oven. It's one of those little things. Yeah. We used to do that.
Yeah, we had to make treasure maps.
Yeah,
I was gonna say we did that with burning the edges and rubbing dirt and tea leaves and shit into the side.
And there's just a whole bunch of stuff out there, and it's, you know, but the good thing is a lot of people who like yourself, Mr. Grant, that don't have that ability now do, and you can have it's a creative outlet to have, and you can have fun with it, use it for stuff, and, you know, more creativity in the world, the better. Well,
there's lots of people out there that are just, you know, that can't draw, but you know, they're brilliant at model painting or you know. I can't do that. Really serious model painters. I'm okay at it. I'm brilliant, but again, it's one of them things. If I add that to my list of hobbies, I'll never get anything done. I want to start airbrushing my Gunpla, but again, it's just like, I know if I go down the rabbit hole, then it's gonna move my other projects to the side.
See, no, I did the same thing, but then I realized that I'm shit at that. So they all turned out to be just spray painted and then sanded back to make them look like they were statues. So if you get a nice like, not so much silver, but like a deep grey paint, you can spray them all and then rub them back, and they look like statues. Because
some of the Warhammer stuff is amazing. Like,
I never played the tabletop game. I got a little bit into the lore, but I loved the figurines. All my friends were so good doing it. You know, that have 40 different style of brushes. I had 2, and that cost me $40.
Can I get you guys to? You're doing fine here. Can I get you to vamp for just a couple minutes here? I'll be right. Is that cool?
Yeah, sure, brother.
Okay, I'll be right back. Sorry.
Okay, but you're in charge, Grant. Okay.
Well, no, you're at the top. You're closest to a Jinja. So.
Yes, I sorry, carry on, mate. Sorry.
Yeah. So it's like, all I was saying was, I loved the work, and I'd go to all the hobby shops, and I'd see them in there, and I'd say to the guy, I said, "Oh, okay, like, why is that little statue $130?" And he's like, "Okay, well, we started off with a primer, and then we had to do this one, then we had to do that one, then I had to sand it back." And he's gone through, and by the end of it, it's like there's 945 layers of paint.
I'll be honest, I first sort of started to try painting the models when I was about 11 or 12, and I sort of met a group of lads that did it. And obviously I knew I could draw then. And I thought, this is going to be easy. I'm going to be great at this. And no, it's not that easy. There's techniques you need to pick up.
Oh, apparently I've had a shaky hand since I was 18, which I didn't know about until I started trying to do stuff. You know, would have been better as a DJ than a painter with the way in which my wrist shakes. So
I think as an artist now, as a person who does art, because I was saying to James, no one gives you that. But no one gives you that certificate that says you're now a professional artist. You can start calling yourself so I call myself an unprofessional artist.
When is a scientist a scientist?
When he gets his science degree.
No, that doesn't like you do an experiment. You're a scientist.
Okay.
There's no proper definition. You've got a degree. It doesn't mean that you're a scientist. Yeah. You've got a degree in the field of science, therefore you're a scientist. But you also had to do experiments to get that degree.
I think, like I said, it's confidence too, isn't it? It's feeling yourself that you are at that level where you can say to someone, yes, I am professional.
There you go. Sporky in the chat says, if you sold anything, you're a professional artist. If not, then you're just an artist.
Okay, I've sold things.
There you go. You're a professional artist.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah. I mean, okay, just out of curiosity, Jinja, have you ever, I don't know, been commissioned to like paint a bridge or anything like that?
Oh, actually, funny that you ask. Yes. Yeah.
I got commissioned to paint a few ceilings, but they were just like white or magnolia. But it was a very tidy job.
Yeah, very avant-garde of you.
It wasn't the Sistine Chapel, but I'd done a very good job.
Well, actually, you know what? It was the 16th chapel, but it was just the very first layer.
Yeah, it was the first one. Yeah. It was the foundation of the painting.
Hey.
I wonder if was it Michelangelo did it all? I wonder if he did the undercoat.
You can imagine he gets halfway through it and they're like, he's like,
oh,
what's all this white paint? And he's like, oh, shit, the undercoat. All right, I'm going to have to hide this now.
Control X. Control X.
Yeah.
Control X.
Well, if he would have done it digitally,
Well, then he could have just added a new layer and moved it down the bottom.
added a new layer.
Exactly. Yeah. Decrease the opacity.
I find that is with digital. Like I heard James when he was doing his Boromir and Aragorn just saying, please don't fuck up. Please don't fuck this bit up. Please don't fuck this bit up. And he's writing at the end, you know. And that is the thing when you're using physical media. You know, that is always the.
Yeah.
Hey,
there's no Control X button.
Eric,
You just gotta roll with it.
why are you wearing a sporking shirt?
Oh, look at that! Hey.
Oh,
He saw me in the chat.
You saw him in the chat.
I didn't, and I just did, and I was like, "Isn't this Stone looking an asshole?" No, you always do. That's your response, Grant.
You weren't in bed last night, right? So you felt like you were sleeping with Spork in there.
I threw Sporky on. I threw Sporky on because Sporky keeps me warm on these cold New England mornings. When you want a hot cup of chowder. How you doing? Good to see everyone. Good morning from Boston, Massachusetts.
Hey, we got Kenzo up here today. He's first
Kenzo.
time. Yeah.
How are you, man?
Eric.
Good morning, Eric. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you over the wire here.
I don't know if you know this about Kenzo, but he's also an artist and he's also Jinja.
Yeah.
So we get double ginger ninja.
No, you're missing the point. We have the two gingers above and the two balds below.
There can only be one. You guys must find out.
Is this the over 40s podcast this week? Then?
Something like that.
Yeah, and also Scott says it's chowder.
Chowder. Morning, Scott. Good to see you, buddy.
I guess I should actually get to doing some live drawing here sometime soon.
I don't know. You're only 53 minutes into your stream.
I know. It seems like every week this first part, like at first I wasn't doing this at all, and I was like, oh, I'll just do it for a couple minutes, and now it's like we talk for like 40 minutes, and now it's almost up to an hour before I get started. So I guess I should get started.
Like I think that's kind of cool because it loosens you up to everything.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
You get it all talking, and then like it's better than us trying to all talk over each other when you first start to try and draw.
Mm-hmm. And then you steal fifth base. You got to talk her into it for hey baby.
Eric came on here, so now I got to make him small. I can't have him taking up all this space.
No shit.
Too much the screen.
Oh, no,
how dare you?
Fucking face it.
Hey, I don't think I've seen you since. No, I haven't since you did that comic stream. The top 5. You didn't have to. It was so nice, but just...
yeah. There was some I didn't agree with, but yeah, there's one.
I like funny books. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. I mentioned something. That's right.
I'm so horrible. If I see stuff like that, I have to turn. I can't even watch it. I'm like, it makes me too embarrassed. So I just
really. Oh, I can understand that. I used to hate the sound of my own voice. Now it's just everybody else in the world.
Dude, I get that. I really do.
I get it too.
Wait, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?
I think he's hungover. You hungover?
Bruins won. The Boston Bruins.
The hockey game? Nice.
A professional ice hockey team were victorious over our original 6 rivals, the Toronto Maple Leafs, who were visiting from the Great White North. I'm a professional chief. Chief. I know.
A chief. Now you're Chief Eric. We'll call you that. You're Chief.
How?
Your new name is Chief.
Around here, that's what we call people that, because
Chief.
Basically our state is the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is named after Mattapoisett. Actually, I might get that. No, Mattapoisett was the tribe, and Massachusetts was the chief. And
in Australia, calling someone chief it's just a term of endearment. Anything that has a title, like how you doing, boss? Chief, big man.
Yeah, killer.
Yeah,
tough guy.
No, because those are clearly insults.
Snap ahead. Shout ahead.
What the fuck is a snap ahead?
Dude,
that sounds like
you
some sort of racist thing.
you could look in a mirror and get a good example there, Chief.
Mr. Grant.
I do, but every time I do, I look like, this is what the Irish descent looks like.
Have you caught any of that new cartoon that started, Koala Man?
There's a Koala Man? No.
Koala Man. It's set in Australia. It has Hugh Jackman in it as one of the voice cast, and Jared Wright from The Big Les Show is one of the voice cast as well.
Okay, well, you had me at Jared Wright.
Yeah, it's Justin Roiland from Rick and Morty is one of the executive producers. So it's
maybe not
it's done
for a
in
while. He's in a bit of trouble at the moment.
In a bit of trouble, but the show's been, I think there's like 10 episodes or 10 or 11 episodes. I've watched the first 3 and I really liked it. It's hilarious. It's on a Rick and Morty solar opposites kind of flex.
Oh, I'll definitely have to have a look at it then.
You have to. It's on Hulu, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Hulu.
Oh, right. So, is it a mystery until one of us can say, oh, what is?
To be honest, I really haven't decided yet.
Oh, good.
Didn't you put a Twitter poll out asking whether you should draw a Sauron with the ring or?
Yeah, I did. That was
her name's Halbrand.
That was the that was the one that everybody voted on Rivendell for.
Yes.
And so I haven't done one since then. So I figured I would do another one again, but since Rivendell is out now, I would kind of include the old ones, but put in another new one as well. But so today I was just going to do one that I had in my, I just had in my head, and I was like, I want to kind of do this one today. So yeah, I was
confused.
That's the Rivendell one.
I thought you said Riverdale, as in like Archie comic books. I was looking for Veronica and Betty in there. Like, I thought it was a Where's Jughead.
Yeah, so I'm wondering how much I'm going to be able to get done today because we had like a late one last night. With the fellows over here at the barbecue, and then I worked on this one today earlier on. I actually do Twitch now too. I'm trying to get a bit of a Twitch following. Yeah. Twitch is pretty big over here in Japan. So I don't know.
You're big in Japan, I hear, huh?
Yeah.
Ichiban
down.
Yeah, dude.
No, so I thought today I was going to work on the scene in the Fellowship of the Ring, where Gimli is in Moria, and he's at the grave of the. I'm gonna get all the names wrong. I can't remember all the names. You guys have to help me out here.
You're a fake geek girl then.
I am. No, I am.
Fake
I am
geek
not.
Jinja.
I am horrible about
fake Jinja too. But you got hair dye.
It all is. It's all. This is actually what do they call? I'm a VTuber. That wasn't really me. How about a sporking? Oh, here we go. Grant, how about a sporking in a fairy tale anime style with a spork weapon? Give your AI that one to spit out. Okay, really got to go. All right, man. Thanks for stopping by, Scott. It's good to see you, bud. You're the man. Maybe one day you'll finally host your show. Balin's Tube, thank you.
And God bless him. Yeah. He's literally up to his knees in small humans.
Alrighty, I'm back.
Yes.
Oh wait, what's Forking saying? How about
Actually, have you copyrighted this character yet? Have you made an Ashcan comic book to establish trademark? These are good questions and solid questions. And
right. So, who are you speaking to here?
This guy, yeah, to Sporking. Hey,
oh, Sporky, yes, yeah.
So why not? Could we get like the Adventures of Sporky? But I mean, get your own. Did you trademark your own character yet? Like make an Ashcan comic book. I find that fascinating. The things that we learn about comics.
Man, I went through and read that whole that link that you sent me about the whole Superman thing.
Siegel and Schuster.
Superboy, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That was insane.
Yeah.
I mean, they went through hell to and they ended up settling in the end.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a really. Oh, and I'm almost finished with the Blade Runner book as well.
Oh, cool.
On the last bit of it. Very good. Very interesting.
I'm glad you're enjoying it.
I need to reread it because there's so much in there.
There's so much in there.
Whoa.
I'm noticing that. Yeah.
Yeah. There's like, okay, wait a second. Is he really one? And then
exactly.
Yeah.
See, okay, guys, we're doing a reread of Philip K. Dick's book, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which is the inspiration for Ridley Scott's 1982 Blade Runner. And so the movie was adapted from this sci-fi novel, and it's kept a lot of it. And of course, there are adaptations and deviations, and but it really keeps the soul of the book. And it's interesting. We're having these huge Blade Runner conversations. Everyone's welcome to, and everyone's welcome to join.
Deckard's not a replicant.
There is an answer for this, and I have an answer.
No, there's not. There's a posting that Ridley Scott said, and just because he's the one that created it doesn't mean that he can change what he produced and everything. The story doesn't make sense if Deckard is a replicant. The whole point is about humans and that going on, and then especially the sequel that he decided to create doesn't make any sense if that's the case.
Correct. The only thing that I can think of, the sequel confirming Deckard being a replicant, which was never mentioned. I just watched all of them a couple of months ago. Was that he was able to survive in Las Vegas without.
We talked about this last stream.
Yeah, about being able to, because it's a high radiation. The whole thing of the world of Blade Runner is post-apocalyptic.
No, here's the thing. The second Blade Runner, everything and everything out in the desert, or the Las Vegas and everything. The whole film only happens over 2.5 days. We don't know what happens on the third day. He could drop dead. He's not going to. So we don't know whether he survived.
Yeah, I assumed that he had been hiding out there for a long time. That's how I felt about it. But my interpretation of it. But again, I just don't like the idea of going back and
redacting your stuff and saying this is a new canon.
But
I get that.
It's a bit I don't know. It's not fair to the people who've been following your stuff and interpreted that way, and then all of a sudden now you're just telling them, no, it wasn't that way. I changed it now. Okay.
No. See, here's the thing. Neo, he wasn't the one because he wasn't Jewish, and as the scripture says, you have to be Jewish to be the one. So
you haven't heard? No. Baby Jesus, on the third day, when he rose from the dead, he said that, you know what, you Jews guys are full of shit, and the Irish are now the new chosen people. And so,
See, this is how the Irish are too drunk to understand. It wasn't baby Jesus that died, it was adult Jesus.
Maybe he had like a baby face,
It's really cruel putting a baby up on the crucifix. Sorry, Brits and Irish out there. I mean, I grew up on television and an inch away from the telly.
Ever watch Father Ted Sally?
I would watch Cadfile. I watched All Creatures Great and Small. I watched a lot of Who. I watched I Claudius as a child. That was gross as fuck, man. Grew up with Monty Python and Benny Hill. My grandpa was from Kerry, Ireland. My grandma was from Sligo. And so I grew up and it would literally with the brogue everywhere, and they would watch anything BBC that would get rebroadcast here. And so I Benny Hill.
Father Ted was sort of a 90s comedy. It's hilarious. It's set in a house of priests in Ireland, on an island, and it's hilarious.
And as timid as it was, you couldn't make it now.
You could not make it now. No.
One, because he died last year, but
Father Jack was one of the best characters for me. The old alcoholic one with the.
I was going to say, was he the pisshead? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this what was that from?
Father Ted.
Father Ted. It's.
I'm just a normie.
There are so many British shows to catch up on. Like, okay, the young ones. This is probably one of the best parts of being a teenager in the 80s. And
once again, another series you can't do now. Also because one of them's dead.
I've never seen Blake 7, and I'm looking forward to watching Blake 7 as a huge sci-fi fan. I mean, people
have you seen Bottom?
Shut up. No.
If you like the young ones, then Bottom will be right up your street.
Ooh. But James, the young ones. 4 mismatched roommates. In like 1982, and so it's steeped in the new wave, and they got musical guests of the new wave.
Oh no way!
Yeah, like Madness. Motorhead shows up one time.
Dude, yeah. Lemmy was in one of them, wasn't he?
Yeah. But it's like you have the punk rocker, you have the student activist, you have the stoner, and then you have the grifter, and they all Mike. They all hate each other, but they all live together. And they all do everything together too, because they're all outcasts and misfits. But it's the dopiest random funny shit.
Two best friends that decided that they were going to college, and then went, no, we're not going to do that. And went, you know, how about we start writing comedy? We can't write comedy. Let's just do what we think is funny. Oh, look at that! Yeah. You know, one of the most iconic comedy duos that ever existed. And then fucking Rick Mile had to go and get dead.
Thanks, Rick.
Bottom was brilliant. Bottom was Rick Mail and the punk guy, Aid Edmondson.
Yeah.
He was the other character called Eddie Hitler. It's quality, honestly. It's Rick's called Rick in it, I think.
Boy.
Yeah.
I will look that one up because those two are priced. I mean, like those. Yeah. I mean.
They did a live stage show of Bottom as well. That was hilarious. They did a few stuff from the first series, but it carries over. Have you ever heard of another one called The League of Gentlemen?
Dude, you literally stole words out of my mouth.
Sorry.
I don't think I've heard that one. And this is mid 90s.
It's late 90s, early 2000s.
Okay.
Huh? Really?
I think so, isn't it? Is it earlier than that?
I thought it was earlier than that.
They were doing the live tour around 90, like late 90s, and I think it finished off in the early. I think it finished in the early 2000s. I'm not too sure. But again, oh my god.
Maybe James can take a commission from this one. I want more Frazetta TNA.
It was kind of it was
booty.
Oh, what booty? Frazetta? Oh yeah,
Frazetta's Galadriel's booty. Something.
What's up, Bandito?
Welcome. Oh my goodness, Bandito! Do not wake mommy up. It's
Morning.
Too fucking early. I'm gonna get in trouble. Hi, Bandito. Good morning, man. ¿Qué onda?
Well, I woke up and I woke up and yesterday I'm still suffering from Nurgle's gift.
Oh no.
Yes, he's been turned inside out and right side in again.
What's this Gurgle's gift?
Nurgle. Grandpa Nurgle.
Oh.
From
in Warhammer, there's
Is this a Warhammer reference? I knew it.
Yeah, there we go. That's where you got me.
Yeah. See, I'm starting to pick up on your mugs of newbie tears that you get out of us when we were confused by your gatekeeping. Cheers, man.
Yeah, Grandpa Nurgle is the Lord of Chaos who represents who represents disease and strife, and he sees it as a gift. Because if you don't survive, if you don't survive, then you get the sweet embrace of death. But if you do survive, you become stronger. I don't think Grant Gregory's there. He said, "Be right back."
Yeah, he's be right back. Oh, sorry, Kenzo got knocked out.
Yeah, I dropped out. I boomed myself.
Jesus.
Oh, 40K. Make Jinja draw him.
He's done it before.
I only went and boomed myself out the stream, didn't I?
Okay. I got my monitor to the side, so I can't see it all the time. But I glance over every once in a while, and then I see. I say, "Oh, he's out there. He's waiting to get back in." Something must have happened.
He went outside for a smoke.
Well, that's why I'm out. That's why I'm actually streaming from out the back here, so I could do that.
You in a greenhouse?
Yes.
Nice.
Kind of. It's attached to my house, though. It's my little area where I come in the evening time and relax and sit and deal with gunpowder and stuff.
Nice.
I'm debating what to do here.
Well, now first your horizon line, and then.
Did you guys see the video? Did you guys see the video that was it Wagasashi's Tea House put out about the new Nemesis series?
I haven't caught that one because I'm not. I Nemesis didn't interest me. It's first go around, and yeah. I mean, I'm kind of. Yeah, no.
I quite liked the series of one shots that Mark Miller was doing around then. You know, a lot of them got made into movies, didn't they? Like,
yeah, I actually saw his review of Nemesis. I'm gonna go pick it up as soon as they get better, and it stops raining over here in California.
I personally did like the first one myself. It's quite good. But again, I thought of it as a one shot. I didn't know there was going to be a continuation to it when I was reading.
Good morning, a troubled green. How are you? Good morning, your Barney. Hello.
Yeah.
Good, Norrin Red. Hello there. Good to see everyone.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, hello, a troubled green.
I really liked the John Romita Jr. artwork in Kick-Ass as well. Like, I like a lot.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, I think
his stuff can be.
I think he's being inked by digital inkers lately or something. There's just something to his. I grew up on JR Jr. Amazing Spider-Man, Uncanny X-Men, Daredevil, just like in the late 80s. That like JR Jr. just goes through those three titles and leaves his mark on it. And I don't know. And then you could see his style start to change a bit.
You all right there?
Yeah.
You are sick as a dog.
Oh, do I need to go? Uh-oh, I might go sideways with this.
Oh.
Do I? No. Let's go. Okay, we'll stay vertical. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you there.
But yeah, there's that, huh? Where was I? Forget.
Oh, you're talking about Nemesis? Digital, like his.
I mean, like some of the. I've got this book here that he did, The Century Reborn, and yeah, there's some really good bits in it. I like the story, but you know, there's some of the he does like really blocky, square forms to his characters.
Right, and it's like it's all over Kick-Ass. It's all over
Avengers versus X-Men as well. It's like that quite a lot.
Yeah, like did you check out All-Star Batman with Scott Snyder several years ago? Right before it was about 2016, 2015. It was right before it was right around Rebirth, and again, it's just he's supposed to be like I've seen a lot better. I think is Anchor and is it digital? That's what I think. It's like is this digital, like digital inking? Because it's like,
do you work digital yourself?
No, well, that sounds like a personal question about my love life. You leave Manuela alone and out of this, please. I'm just playing a digital manipulation joke, you know. Ah, Jesus, I'm a tosser.
I think compared to, like, say, the Century Book or Avengers 2 Kick-Ass had a more of a cartoony style rather than, you know, your traditional. And for me, that kind of worked in the Kick-Ass book. You know, I did really like it. It was sort of just the characters were a bit, the proportions were a bit more cartoony rather than, you know, your traditional forms. And I do like that. It does work for certain sort of stories. Because I grew up, I guess, more. I was into cartoons before I was into comics. Like being like a working class guy growing up in the UK. I think my first real introduction to comic book characters was television, like Batman '66 reruns.
Where are you from, Birmingham?
No, I'm from near London.
Okay. I don't know. I actually, there's one thing I don't know. It's my regional accents around the UK, which is criminal because you have so many.
I'm in the east, so southeast of England. So near, I grew up near to London, but I've now moved away into like a rural area where it's a bit quieter. A better place to bring the kids up, you know.
Yeah, to me, you all sound the same. No offense.
But yeah, like I said, my first introduction to superheroes was through TV shows when I was really young, and then sort of coming into my sort of 11, 12, they started having those X-Men and Spider-Man cartoons on the Saturday morning.
I love that Spider-Man cartoon. That's really underrated piece of work because they covered a lot of ground. They covered a lot of that show was on for what, 8 years or so.
Yeah, and same as the X-Men show. Very similar. They crossed over as well.
I gotta say that last season of X-Men animated was terrible.
Yeah. Oh, it was rushed.
Gosh, man, they changed animators and just But still,
I watched a video about that, about the comparison. I think they're talking of bringing back. What's that, X-Men '97?
They're talking about it, right?
Yeah, onto Disney Plus. I don't know how I feel about that, if I'm honest.
Well, the head writer did say, if you want to be in my writing room, you need to be a fan, and not of the original source of the series, and not be someone who actually openly hates who thinks that they can do better than the original creator. Because he saw that a lot in The Witcher.
Right. None of you poopers who put out mean videos about we're trying to save the world through changing culture and and just like we're never gonna reach the children unless we're reaching the children. Sorry. Thank you, James.
You got me. I got you here, buddy. I got you.
Awesome. Oh, dude, I found out about another con I'm definitely going to.
What's this?
November, the Rhode Island Comic Book Convention in Providence. And guess what? There's a rail that goes right from Boston right to downtown Providence. And I wouldn't have to get a hotel. It's a 45-minute rail.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
No, it's not. And Providence is pretty cool. I've always had a good time in Providence.
Yeah, I'll I actually
November.
got some November?
That's a weekend in November, 2023. So that's like late in the season.
And whatchamacallit, Boston is August.
It's
right?
August, correct.
Yeah, I'm trying to get next year's schedule ready, and so I'm going to apply for the Boston one. I don't know if I'm going to get it or not because it looks like it's a more difficult vetting process. But
for 2024 or 2023?
This year, 2023. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to do it all right now this year. Trying to get as much under the belt as I can, and then so that'd be cool if I could make it in July. Shoot for a punch, but Those that try the most fail the most, right?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I was about to say something about. Darn it! I had something I was going to talk about. I already forgot it.
Oh well. Dallas is in June. Dallas is in June.
Right.
I saw on Vera Dark's stream that she's going to go to all the Boston cons, so you might bump into her.
Who?
Vera Dark from Dark Titan Enterprises.
And is that like is that a channel I'm not watching? Because I'm too busy watching.
Yeah.
Sporking.
Yeah.
He's not here anymore.
Get your own Sporky, dude. Get your own Sporky T-shirt. Sport Scott in his station. He got demonetized, and that means he's being demonized by who? The man. So give it to the man and get yourself a Spork. That's Sporky.
That's what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about. He needs more guys like you there, shouting them out.
Boy, I feel it's criminal because I know, like, Grant and Sporky, they were just like on a few hours ago, and but I was passed out because I was drank too much. And it's like I always miss these. I'm such a geezer now. I mean, just I got home about 10 p.m.
Did the Bruins win again?
Yes.
Is that why you're passed? Is that why I'd be
this?
Drunk?
I was like this 2 nights ago and lost. So I mean, winning's got nothing to do with it. Hi, Jeff Atkins. Dragon Con in Atlanta is on my table, kind of. I got a friend in the who lives in Atlanta, and she said, "Yeah, you can just crash here." And I'm like, "Wow, that's a great idea." It really is, because there are people that I want to meet, and I want to see Atlanta. And I hear you got a subway system, and I like subway systems in cities. I get around.
Well, that's good whenever they got the public transport going, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You have to worry about that's a great thing about traveling to Tokyo or something. And nowadays, you just like open up your phone, push it to Google, like, oh, I got to get here by this time, and it just gives you everything.
Yeah. I love going to Manhattan. I love going to Chicago because it's so easy to get around. It's just buses, it's like, you ever see that the Devil's Advocate with Keanu Reeves and Al Pacino?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
and that's it's simple logic of like, I always take the subway. It's the quickest way to get there. It's like, yes, it's no traffic. I mean, just like boom. I mean, I love Manhattan. I get around. Just boom, boom, boom.
So you got to have a busy schedule then this year, huh?
I'm looking forward. I'm at least going to 3. Glorious Bastards.
Kids are still there. Yeah.
I'm at least going to 3 cons, and now maybe 4 with Rhode Island, and because that sounds like an easy one. That's just 2 days, and that's 3 days: Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But I mean, geez, it's right there.
Yeah.
Might as well, hey.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I'm.
You are concentrating. You are like.
Yeah. I'm taking on a difficult task here.
Yeah, you have to let's see.
Well, so I've got the light coming in.
Get Gimli.
Yeah, I got Gimli. I got Gandalf here, and I'm gonna have like maybe a couple of people in the background, but I'm putting in a lot more.
Light source? A torch?
No. The light source is from outside. It's where the light is shining on Balin's grave.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And
the only thing I know less about Tolkien would be Warhammer. Thank goodness I got used guys.
Yeah. I mainly I haven't gotten into Warhammer hardcore, but the lore I can just dive into it head first. Everything is just so fascinating.
Do you have a favorite faction?
Me?
Yeah.
It'd have to be either the orcs or the Imperial Guard, because both the orcs and the Imperial Guard have my favorite characters in it.
Have you watched any of the Hammer and Bolter series?
Yeah, because one of the episodes one of the episodes had my favorite rivalry in there.
Old Baelai.
Yeah. So the war between Sebastian Yarrick and Gaskell Magurak Fraka.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Gaskell Magurak Fraka. And one of the things is that one of the things that I liked was that the orcs said that they were having the time of their lives fighting Baelai, but when the Space Marines showed up, they ruined all their fun.
Yeah, beakies.
Nice to see you, Jeff. Thanks for stopping by.
Yes, I think, and the moral of that story is, a good adversary is hard to come across.
Yeah, he says good enemies hard to find, and now that the Primarch, Angron, the rumors of the Primarch Angron killed Yarrick. I'm wondering what GW's gonna have Gaskell do. Is he gonna assemble the biggest wad to avenge Yarrick? Because he said no one's allowed to kill Yarrick but me. And the orcs besides the Emperor of Mankind, Yarrick was the only person that they respected and they feared.
Well, the Emperor too.
Yeah, they don't even show that much fear to any of the Space Marines. They just see them as big umis.
Big umis. What?
Big boobies? Sorry, what? My bad.
Big umis. It's a slang word for humans. They call them umis.
And they call them beakies as well, don't they?
Yeah, they'll still call the Eldar, but they call them Gits.
Eldar Gits.
Yeah, and then they have the
it's kind of like a really common English sort of slang that the orcs have.
Yeah, I'd say it's like a combination of Cockney and Bostonian.
Yeah.
Wicked Pissa.
Yeah.
How you doing there, Chief? Listen here, Snap Ahead. I got news for you. You owe my sister a sawbuck. How you like them apples?
But what I like about the orcs too is they'll make these big giant machines that are just slapped together out of all parts. And if a human was to make them, it would never work. But just because the orcs have such a will that their stuff is going to work and a belief that it's going to work, it'll work.
Yeah,
that's how I feel about my picture right about now.
It's going to work.
It's going to work.
Yeah,
this is Gimli at who's
Balin's grave?
Balin's. Yeah. So Gandalf's got the book right here. He's opening up and looking at it. And I'm going to have Boromir right here.
Ori's book. Ori's book.
Ori's book, yeah.
Good, man.
Yeah, because only three of the surviving dwarves went with, or I think only like two of the surviving dwarves. No, three of the surviving dwarves went with Balin to reclaim Moria. But Balin, they all died.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to put in maybe like 4 characters here. And I'm not gonna have any of the hobbits in here. They might be silhouettes, or I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't decided exactly what this is gonna look like yet. Yeah, I know. It's just too small. Uh-oh. Is that Kenzo again?
No,
I'm not gonna lose you, are you?
No. Not again.
Yeah. Just suffering.
That's the influence of Nurgle.
Yeah. Why is it whenever I got sick from my folks and whenever I told them that I got what they got, and then they're like, "Oh no, you didn't." I'm like, "Oh, I call bullshit on that, but I respect my folks too much to not do that."
What are you talking about? Just tell me. Yeah. What do you mean? That doesn't make any sense. They were sick, and now you're sick. It pretty much,
happens.
yeah.
Yeah.
It happens.
Wait till you have kids, man. Apparently,
Yeah.
they come home with like they're running from either
Yeah.
end for the first couple of years of their lives,
Yeah.
and then they go to school and they start bringing home colds all the time.
Yeah. That's all they are. Little
germ factories.
Yeah, germ factories.
Yeah. First, my stepmom got sick, and then my pops got sick, and then my sister got sick, but she lives somewhere else. She lives in another side of town. But then I'm like, God, I hope I don't get sick, and then I end up getting sick.
When was the last time you saw your sister?
Thursday.
So, yeah, she got you sick. It's pretty evident.
Would I hashtag this to respectful for Tolkien?
Oh yes,
that's the hashtag you're using.
Yeah.
Respect for Tolkien.
Yeah. Speaking about Tolkien, those two chuckle shits are trying to justify why they didn't use Tolkien's influence for the for Mordor, and they were like, "Oh, we just thought it would be good if we created our own version of how Mordor was created."
Right. Yeah. Which was it. They're just idiots. They don't have anything to do with what they're doing.
Yeah.
Then ignore it.
Yeah.
Memory hole it.
Yeah.
And
goodbye.
Yeah, just keep, it's the eternal my eternal kind of gripe with any of this is you have this unique opportunity to be adapting and producing a major work, and with such a production budget and splendid sets and young actors who are just really all want to do a good job.
Right.
And these are young people. We're a little jaded because we're a little older than these people. I mean, these are the young people. And but then comes just
pure incompetence.
This need.
Hey, what's up, Joes?
A lot of it has to do with just like disrupting someone else's space,
right?
And that's just like enough.
Yeah,
it's a great opportunity to present something just real and worthy and timeless.
Because that takes effort.
Why is it that why is it in there that the villains were more likable than any of the heroes?
Because they relate to him more.
I have a theory, to be honest. I actually thought about this, and I have a theory. It's why Brie Larson's Captain Marvel is unlikable. That's why Reva is unlikable. It's why your female protagonist does not have to be likable. I think it's on purpose to teach us that likability and agreeability in a woman is not necessarily, that's a culturally accepted trait. You need to get used to, the boss lady kind of thing, the unlikable, because people can be unlikable, of course. Yet something about our TV shows and about our heroes, that's likability goes a long way. So by changing someone like Carol Danvers, who was at once very likable, into somebody unlikable, because that's we need to have these better models, for the new Western femininity, that you don't have to be likable. And that's just like, that's the worst part of all of that about this.
So, some of the characters that you often do want to find out more about or get drawn into when they do good character building is a good villain. And the reason you like them is because of the bad stuff that they do. And not that you like the bad stuff that they're doing, but it's just like it suits their character.
And villains are, and actors and actresses will tell you this, portraying the villain is the most exciting thing to do. Actually, what's his face? Clifton Duncan brought that up on FNT today again. And any actor or actress will tell you, yeah, it's just that's the one that they want to portray.
Yeah,
it's fun.
Yeah, it is.
And John Travolta said when he did like The Punisher and Face Off that being a villain is you can express such freedom of what you know is morally wrong, but you do it anyways because to them it's just fun, and it's necessary for what they for them to, and it's necessary for the type of people that they are. Like, oh yeah, I heard that Face Off is getting a sequel.
No, fuck. That movie did not age well. I'm sorry. I loved it when it came out, and I watched it a couple of years ago, and I'm like, oh man, this is a mess. It's fucking noisy. It's chaotic. It's supposed to be, but
that's John Woo for you.
I know, but he did such a better job on the hard boiled and the Hong Kong stuff.
Yeah,
I just
like there was
that stuff aged better. I'll say that his Hong Kong stuff aged a lot better than Broken Arrow or Face Off, in my humble opinion.
Well, there was this one part in Face Off in the airport shootout. You see an FBI agent slow running towards Nicolas Cage's character, and you could see the rig behind the stuntman string behind it through the lighting, and then in the next scene, Cage gets a shotgun and shoots the guy, and the guy goes flying, and I'm like, and I didn't notice that until I saw that a couple of years ago.
Yeah, there's
yeah,
what you could do. I was just talking about with the guys last night. I've actually watched some really good stuff lately, some movies, and I was just surprised to see some good stuff. I was really happy with Everything Everywhere All at Once. Had a good time watching that. All Quiet on the Western Front. Really enjoyed that.
I saw Johnny Mnemonic the other day, and
how was it?
Time.
Yeah,
the first time?
No, not the first time. I've seen it before.
God.
And it hasn't aged well, but yeah. they did predict some things like on one part he says he needs an iPhone, but it's spelled EYE, and it's just outdated because technology has leaped so far, and
you can't really do anything about that though. Like with technology, you can't predict what it's going to be like. So I guess the word outdated, I don't know if you can really apply it to that. Whereas you could say like maybe I don't know. How do you guys feel about that? When is something outdated?
Well, in the cinematic way, it's weird because we will come and surpass the date, like RoboCop. RoboCop was set. RoboCop 1 was set when it came out in 86, 87.
Yeah.
And
it was supposed to be set in the 2000s.
It's supposed to be set in like 2015
or something like that.
Yeah, 2015.
I'm at the wiki page. Wiki. Oh man, but yeah, Blade Runner was set in 2019.
Yeah,
and we were supposed to. Space colonies by now.
Yeah, but like the word outdated, like what? I mean, are we using it as a negative sense? It's like the film doesn't stand up to the standards of what it is nowadays, or Are we?
I think it's just that the technology that was used in like a sense of the future is kind of like outdated.
Okay. So like, for example, like Alien, you know how like they're using those computers at the beginning and they look
with
really
CRTs and with green.
Yeah. It doesn't take me out of it though.
Yeah, that doesn't take me out of it.
Yeah.
I was watching an episode of The Prisoner the other day, a 1967 British show, and it's called The General. And who is the general? Well, the general is a supercomputer that was a reveal at the end of the show. And it's one of those big boxy deals that you see in 60s television before anyone even thought of like a laptop or or anything. I mean, gee, Star Trek had it. They had tablets and they had flip phones. Ain't that something? But yeah, just like this big with reel to reel spools, shit like that.
Yeah,
be like, that's supposed to be a computer, and it's supposed to be when the year 3000. They were doing the best they could. Their imagination.
But the cool thing about some of that though is that stuff that we look at outdated at that time inspired people to create the technology that we have today. You know what I mean?
Kind of like
and without that, you wonder, does it get made or not?
I was thinking that that reusable rocket, is that the Dragon or is that Tesla's thing?
Yeah.
Is that or the Bezos thing? It's actually a rocket that's landing like with its thrust and
that's Elon. Yeah,
that's like right out of like a 1940s and 50s sci-fi. That's amazing. I mean, like that's like, wow, someone like really thought, like that's how we could be landing and taking off again. Oh, someone designed that right the first time, huh?
Right. Exactly. So, but whether or not that'll be continued to be used in the future or not, who knows? But it inspired them. That's what inspired them. You know what I mean? Hey, what's up, Mrs. Flu? Good morning to you.
Hi, Mrs. Flu. Well, it's going to be easier to take off from Mars and Moon and asteroid belts with that kind of thing because you know what I mean? But yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, there's that's one thing I know it's kind of like a bit of a decrepit conversation topic, but you're always like wondering 40, 50 years after I die, what's it going to be like? I wish I could be there to see it all, to see what kind of discoveries they make, whether or not this is, is there a life on other planets? Do we make encounters and stuff? Is there some way that, I don't know. Start going to that rabbit hole and
did the Red Sox win the World Series?
Never.
That was the question in the 20th century. Yeah.
I'm just looking through the replies of like, oh man, Mindy Kaling is just so tone deaf.
Her.
Yeah, and she's saying thank you everyone for watching HBO Max's Velma, and she has a picture saying the biggest premiere day on HBO Max animated series ever, and
is there a lot of competition for that?
Well, a lot of people showed up to Marie Antoinette's beheading as well.
Yeah, good point.
That had a lot of clicks.
Vera brought this up on her stream last night, and she says there are only 5 animated series in HBO Max in HBO Max right now, and one of them was Santa Inc. So you did better than Santa Inc.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah.
No, they'll go out of the way to find a win.
Yeah, they're like I see like replies like someone put up a bingo card said fan blaming bingo, and the choices are you're just toxic fans. It was made to sell toys. You don't like strong women. They're all just bots. Go touch grass. It's being review bombed. It's right there. Right. Yeah. Screen Rant already said it's being review bombed. it's always been political. It's been updated for modern audience.
I love that.
You're just alt-right Yahtzees.
Dude, if you want to hear... Oh, sorry,
You're all
go ahead.
Instaphobes.
Yeah. If you want to hear a great speech where they just completely hit every single one of those topics in like a very short speech, watch Miss America. You know who won Miss America? The transvestite from Thailand, right? Won Miss America. Listen to, I'm going to say this, his speech, because I don't think it's her. Listen to his speech. It's every single, oh my gosh, I wonder if I could play it on here. No, I'm not going to play it. Fuck that. Every single one of those words, those target words they have, like gender equality, just everything, social equality, this, that, the speech doesn't even make any sense. It's only those words. That's it. Just like a mouthful of those words, and it's just, oh my god, it's it's so blatantly obvious that there's no meaning behind it.
All right, continuing with the bingo card. You're just mad you can't fap to it. People worked hard on it. It's Gamergate, safe space. Don't like it, don't watch it. It wasn't made for you. You're just phobic. You're just a small vocal minority. You harass fine. You harass.
Yeah, it's a word salad.
You harass. Yeah, you harass. Insert actor or actress's name here. You're just a bigot. It's a show for kids. You're just racist. Only incels hate it. Only straight white males hate it.
Yeah, I'm starting to kind of feel that a lot of the new Marvel stuff isn't made for the comic book fan. You know?
Yeah,
it's being used as a means to make money, not to put out good art.
Just
not even to make, just to
just let people enjoy things. It wasn't. It was meant to be bad. That's that was the fan blaming bingo, and someone
bingo.
Yeah,
you won.
And someone
fan blaming bingo.
Fan blaming bingo. Designed to make money. You know, He-Man and Transformers were designed to sell toys. You know, the shows. But that's what I grew up on. I still like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and there's this one where a guy's holding up a card. It says, "Our expectations for you were low, but holy fuck." I mean, this woman is just so tone deaf. Like she thinks it's a masterpiece, but all the meta commentary and everything.
But Bandito, what you're missing out is she's not tone deaf. Everybody around her is telling her, I guarantee you right now, every single party she goes to, every single thing that she goes to, everybody's telling her how much of a wonderful job she did. How don't listen to those haters. They're just these toxic white men sitting in their basements.
You're saving lives. You're saving lives.
Yeah, you're so like, imagine how much of an impact is this. They're not tone deaf because that's all they hear around them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're
very, very secluded, small space of whatever they live in.
It's their echo chamber.
Yeah,
that's why I hate comic books today. It's just it's their echo chamber. Like this week in comic books, people are calling racism because Black Panther lost a superhero fight between Captain America. And
Eric, give me some good comic books to read. Tell him.
Well, yeah, Flash 790 was really fun. Everyone seems to like, and I liked it enough, but DC Universe's Lazarus Planet Alpha. It's a one-shot written by Mark Waid, and it's full of magic. Oh, James, you should check this out. A lot of good pencil work, a lot of moody colors. I just feel like, I thought, like, it just wasn't. It's not for me. I can tell, so I'm not gonna buy the rest of this event. I mean, I was just because they're going from one event to another event, and so be it. Sure, but I took a chance. It was a $5.99 one shot. and it was fun talking to the boys about it yesterday on the show. Yeah, and it's nice to have a somewhat contrary opinion than everyone else. And yeah. So check it out. Yeah, at Lazarus Planet Alpha. It might be your cup of tea. And it's not preachy. It's not and you've got Zatanna, you got Power Girl, you got Supergirl, you got Mary Marvel, and you got Black Alice, and you got so there's a bunch of chicks on this team already. And Talia al Ghul, and Poison Ivy. We got 7 chicks so far on this team. And
at least they left a window on Power Girl's uniform.
Yes. And it's very skillfully done too. Yeah. And also Mark Waid keeps Power Girl's voice, which is great because this is the Power Girl that I grew up with. This is the girl, and I actually love seeing Power Girl team up with Supergirl. They're kind of like 2 versions of the same person in a way. They are.
Yeah.
And it had some decent character moments. Oh, and the Monkey Prince is a big character in it too, I guess, because Monkey Prince is using the wrestling terminologies. They're trying to put Monkey Prince over, so he's a big part of it. Damian Wayne Robin is a big part of it. There are demons. There's magic. There's it plays into Batman versus Robin about how magic was abused and collected and taken away from all the magic users, and then this restores all the magic users. It's superhero-y.
Yeah. This is what I mean.
It was fun.
I'll check it out. I mean, Mark, and then another one is the Miss Marvel.
Dark World.
Yeah, a Miss Marvel about a moth.
Everyone's talking about that. The guy who wrote that only wrote those 3 comic books. He's not a professional comic book writer.
He should have started. The guy should have started in the indies and worked on his craft. I mean, that's what I'm doing. This is
Kenzo. Kenzo, are you big into comics?
I don't buy them as much as I used to. I went through a period of buying quite a lot of Marvel stuff, and I sort of dipped out around all different Marvel. I think
time to dip out.
Yeah, that's right. I think the last thing I really like the Ultimate stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've got a stack of Ultimate comics next to me here. Some of the Mark Miller Ultimates run and stuff like that.
I mean, the Ultimate Universe kind of makes it it gives because it's not I'm not looking to get into arguments with DCU fans who are disappointed at adaptation, but Marvel's Ultimate Universe is where it all began, where they started changing things for modernity. But just back in 2001, it wasn't wrapped up in the academic jargon and the intent of pushing moving a needle. Back then it was just okay, it's the 21st century. Here's a new spin on Spider-Man. I loved Ultimate Spider-Man. That was really
I did, yeah.
Nifty. I
liked the Ultimates too, and there was the Ultimate Avengers.
Remember Ultimate Namor?
Yeah.
Remember finding there we go. That was not Namor McKenzie. That was Ultimate Namor. So now we have a precedent for okay, so Namor 616 that's Namor McKenzie, and the Namor. But then by Ultimate Namor, you have a different character.
A lot of them were completely different. They've done a completely different origin for them.
Yeah, same thing with Galactus or the Vision.
Yeah, Galactus was a swarm of.
And our Cable, Ultimate Cable was the shit. That was a great reveal.
Yeah, also liked how they changed the Green Goblin. Instead of it's a suit, he just hulks out.
Yeah, I liked the Red Goblin. I liked turning Mary Jane into a goblin. The Red, I thought that was fascinating.
And also the Venom and Carnage were my favorite Ultimate Spider-Man runs.
and that art, I mean, that was monthly. They didn't miss a beat. I mean, Mark Bagley and Art T. Bear. I mean, the art got worse after T. Bear left. I did not understand how valuable Art T. Bear was until he left the magazine, because it just didn't feel the same after that. But I mean, the big eyes and that Spidey was on like children's merchandising for 10 years.
Yeah.
Seriously. I mean, that was the Spidey on your kid's backpack.
Which one was that?
Ultimate Spider-Man. Mark Bagley and R.T. Bear's Ultimate Spider-Man. It was everywhere on merchandising in the early aughts.
Yeah, this one here, the Ultimates Volume 3, Who Killed the Scarlet Witch, is the one. I think it's the one where she goes full Jamie Lannister with Quicksilver.
Yeah, I mean, it fell off the rails by the time Blob ate Wasp. I think I just thought it was like,
I had issues with Ultimatum.
Yeah, but I mean, how Miles got his start, that was authentic. I like that.
Yeah, but
I
think they totally screwed it up when like Bendis says he wants to bring Miles over to the 616 to replace Peter Parker there.
Mm-hmm.
And then he did, and it just became a mess because people would not accept. He got upset because people would not accept that.
You have that book, The Spider-Man by Bendis. Do you remember that one where it was a crossover?
Yeah, I liked that. I liked because the lettering switched with the universe switch. When you're going from 616 to 1610, it dropped into lower cases.
Oh, really?
I like that. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Because you used to be a shorthand. You could tell the difference between the universes, because in Ultimates, they used lowercase, and over in 616 continuity, it was plain old uppercase everything. Now the lowercase is everywhere in Marvel, and they don't have that kind of distinction anymore. But yeah, that was.
Does anybody know where the terms uppercase and lowercase came from?
No. Do you?
Yes. It's very simple. Just whenever they used to have to, you had movable type, right? So you had to set your type. The uppercase letters were in the uppercases, and the lowercase letters were in the lowercases. Therefore, you have uppercase and lowercase.
Indeed.
You're welcome. That was on my graphic design exam. We had to.
One of my favorite Ultimates run, was Ultimates 2 with when they went up against the Liberators, because they just had broken up the Ultimates, and Thor was locked up. Thor was locked up because they thought he was insane.
Gods and Monsters and Grand Theft America.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I thought that was going to be like a new Red Skull. I thought that was like a really interesting twist on it,
Yeah. But
I've got my cam off because it's a bit sunny here, but I've got them the two Ultimates ones here.
Yeah, they had like I liked it because it had like different people. They had the Colonel, the Abomination, Crimson Dynamo, the Purin, the Purin or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The Hurricane Swarm, the Synchronized Man, and Loki, and it was all constructed by Loki. So you got like kind of a connection between the 616, because like Loki was essential for starting the Avengers, but here you have Loki essentially being responsible for bringing back the Ultimates.
Mm-hmm.
And I like seeing those connections to the original IP, to the original source material. But now they're just like, oh, we're just gonna put our own spin on it. It's not going to be the same.
Bandito, you're a geek.
We're gonna fix the past. I know. Well, who sold you that? I mean, how are you sold on this is flawed because it comes from the past? You see the past as a racist, oppressive place.
Kill the past.
And therefore, I mean, geez.
It's crazy.
No, JT Gunn. Eric did not win Miss America.
I forgot to shave my legs. I got disqualified.
It was the accent.
If you want a wicked good time, call your sister. I'm here for Miss Massachusetts, and I'm sponsored by Dunkin' Donuts. Go Red Sox! I like hockey players named Ryan. My brother was dating some chick from Medford.
You're crazy, man.
Thanks,
Crazy.
man. Thanks.
I just read
I like the Samuel L. Jackson looking Nick Fury in the Ultimate Universe.
And that's where it started. I mean, and it's even a joke too. Ultimately, who would play you in a movie? He's like, well, Samuel L. Jackson, of course. And it's just like, but is it David Finch? No, it's Brian Hitch. Is that him? Is that like? Is there a lot of tracing involved in that artwork? Or wasn't he one of the wasn't he didn't he get busted ripping off magazine covers?
Yeah. Like Sports Illustrated magazine and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm thinking Sue Storm, and there's the literal comparison pictures, and
but I don't know about that. I mean, there was people saying that Ryan Reynolds said he wanted to play Deadpool because he said there was a line said that I look like Ryan Reynolds crossed with a Shar-Pei. And so he thought it was like a calling that he had to play Deadpool.
You guys look for Deadpool and Wolverine? Deadpool 3? No?
Yeah.
Crickets what?
Crickets?
No.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was looking for
you guys looking forward to Deadpool Wolverine?
Yeah, I'll watch it. I mean, I love the last two.
I hope it's better than Deadpool 2. Anything would be better than Deadpool 2.
Yeah, I wasn't happy with Deadpool 2. I never watched it again.
I laughed my nuts off at the Deadpool 2 trailer with the phone booth and all there were Easter eggs and the graffiti and shit. And it was so funny. I laughed my nuts off. Someone actually said to me, "Can you shut the fuck up?" And I was like, "Dude, you'll be wearing this beer. Sit the fuck down." It's like, calm down, Chief. It's just a fucking, this is funny.
There was good parts in it that I thought, were good callbacks to the comics and stuff. But overall, as a movie, the first one was much better.
Yeah, I mean the whole.
What was that, Sally? Looking.
I've got the Ultimates 1 and Ultimates Volume 1 and Ultimates 1 Volume 1, Ultimates 1 Volume 2.
Okay.
I got them on sale.
I think I've got those here as well.
They were on sale. Yes. And I got Ultimates 2 downstairs in my long boxes. I got those as floppies though.
Yeah.
We waited forever for issue 13, huh? Remember that?
Also, one of my favorite series was Ultimate Team Ups, where it would have Spider-Man teaming up with different Ultimate heroes.
Yes, and that was the debut of most of these Ultimate iterations. Ultimate Wolverine, Ultimate Daredevil, and down the line, Ultimate Iron Man. It's the first time we saw the Ultimate Iron Man outfit, I think.
Yeah, and there was also this one where I wish the guy was given the writer for Ultimate. Which one's that?
This is for James there, his boy David Finch.
David. Oh, yeah. Forever Evil.
One of the better parts of the New 52, but it ends on that crappy cliffhanger moment of next crisis, please.
Yeah, and one of my favorite one of my favorite series is when I wish they gave the writer enough time to finish it was Ultimate Wolverine versus Hulk.
Mm.
He never got to finish it.
It was good.
Yeah, and he says that writing comic books is harder than writing a novel. So he never got to finish it. He was a novelist, but he never knew what came into writing comic books.
Who is this again?
Let me see who did this. Who did it? Let me look it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we peruse the history of
The one
Marvel's
where Wolverine,
Earth,
Wolverine
1610.
gets ripped in half.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they did isn't there an animated adaptation of that?
Damon Lindelof?
I'm sure there is.
Damon Lindelof wrote it.
It's like
Yeah.
an anime.
Wow.
Well, there's an anime of that.
Yeah.
Ultimate Wolverine versus Hulk is a comic book miniseries published by Marvel Comics. The series is set in one of Marvel's shared universes, the Ultimate Universe. It was written by Lost co-creator Damon Lindelof and illustrated by Leinil Yu.
Yeah.
The character squares off after Wolverine is contracted by Nick Fury to assassinate the Hulk.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess he was able to finish that. He was able to finish it.
6 issues.
Yeah.
Its publication date was from December 2005 to May 2009.
Yeah. They had to. There was so many delays.
Delayed series.
Yeah, because he had to. He said it was just so hard to write a consistent story month to month because
hard for him because he had too many. He's probably spinning too many plates.
Yeah, the guy. I was a novelist who wrote. Let me see.
That's Damon Lindelof. He wrote Lost. He wrote a shitload of shit. I think he even fucked Star Trek up a bit too.
Yeah, he also co-wrote it, Cowboys and Aliens, Into Darkness, World War Z, Tomorrowland, Prometheus. He also wrote a novel. They got him because he wrote a good novel. I don't know what it was called. Or
yeah, I've heard his name on a bunch of stuff, but never knew he was in the comics.
Yeah, he wrote a novel, and they got him to do that. I guess the Ultimates liked his work, so the people who did Marvel at the time liked his work, and they wanted him to write Ultimate Wolverine versus Hulk. and I had to say that I like the first 2 issues, except that I didn't finish the rest of the run.
Of course, because you probably would have you got bored and found something else to do.
Yeah.
After issue 3, that's where its intermittency comes.
Yeah.
It says the starting with issue 3. It was originally solicited for April 2006, only to be resolicited for May. And that date came and went. And then at a panel at San Diego Comic-Con in 2008, they announced that the remaining issues had been scripted and blah blah, and it got finished in 2009. Yeah, so you would have had to wait 3 years for your next issue.
Yeah. And I think that's where they got the idea for Betty Ross Red She-Hulk, because in the Ultimate universe, Betty Ross was She-Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
The Betty Ross?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow. That's an upgrade.
Yeah, they thought he was talking to Jen Walters, because they thought he was talking to Jen Walters, his cousin, because she was getting money, but it turns out that she was actually getting money by buying and reselling Star Trek memorabilia. and it turns out it was Betty Ross who was helping him financially, or Betty Ross who was helping him.
There you go.
And JT Gunn, James is drawing the part where Boromir, where the Fellowship enters the grave of Boromir in the Mines of Moria.
Yeah, so we've got Gimli right here, and Aragorn and Boromir, and there's a dead dwarf, and then Gandalf's looking at the book here, and there's going to be some light. Whoa, some light coming through the top here. So I'm still in the. Yeah, I'm working a bit slow today. I'm not 100% to be honest. I'm not going to blame it all on that. I'm a bit tired from last night.
Yeah,
had a late one, but
you stay up drinking like Eric did.
Yeah. I had it was like 6 of us last night. We had drinks and we played poker.
Nice.
Yes, and I lost.
I thought people played mahjong in Japanese.
In Japan?
It's Chinese, isn't it?
No, mahjong they play here and in China too. Yeah, but it's like the mahjong bars. No, I was like with a bunch of guys from expats. We're all from the UK. Had a guy from Aussie. I had another guy from Canada, and then a couple of two American guys. Me and another one. Yeah, we do this like once a month. We usually come over to my house. I've got a big grill. Pop out the grill, and but I've got it's like it's a fire pit. Oh, thank you, Trouble Green. Thank you. Got a fire pit, and so we just sit around the fire like the old caveman of old and talk. It's funny. Like last night, we all of us completely geeked out. We were all talking about Star Trek, comic book movies. One of the guys, a couple of the guys really loved Wakanda Forever. I gave him shit about everything. But the one thing that we did all agree upon was that Predator is a 10 out of 10 movie.
Yeah,
which is true.
Yeah, they can like it they could like it. I mean,
oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah,
I don't like it.
Enjoy it.
I don't like it. I mean, I thought that Shuri was
what? Wakanda Forever.
Yeah. I thought that.
With these Japanese fellas, or
no. There were 2 Americans, another guy, 1 Aussie, 1 Canadian, and a Brit.
Okay.
But one of the American guys, my friend, he deals in comic books, so he buys and resells them. And oh man, he is making money off of like the old ones. He just picked up off of it's kind of like, it's not like eBay, but it's kind of like a it's called Mercari, where you could buy used stuff or new items. People send it to him for their house, whatever. One of the guys has a huge collection of comic books, and he was selling the original. I think it's Fantastic Four issue 81. Is that the Silver Surfer? First appearance of Silver Surfer.
Oh yeah.
And he picked up first appearance of Galactus, which is 82.
Nice.
Bought both of them. One of them he bought for $1,500. The other one he bought for, I think it was $800 here. Sold both of them immediately back in the States for $6,000 each. Damn. Yes, he knows what he's doing. But he's like, you take a chance because they're not graded. So he gets them and he has them graded. He gets them graded, and then sells them right back onto the market. And those are the ones that are really big right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was showing me a lot of stuff he had. It was impressive. But he actually buys my artwork as well. He's saving it for, I guess, till it grows in value later in the future.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I read on an article that Games Workshop and Amazon have yet to come with a deal to come up with a deal for Warhammer
Uh-oh.
Warhammer series, and I'm like, yeah, this is gonna take a while because Warhammer Games Workshop is very consistent with the lore. I mean, even with Marvel, they have to go through the lore. Even with Marvel, when they wrote their comic books, they had to go through the lore masters, and the lore masters are like editors from hell. Like even with Black Label, who do all their novels, they have to go through the lore masters, and they'll go through them like with a fine tooth comb, and then they'll be like, yeah, that's not gonna work. Nope, change this. Go look it up. It's not like it doesn't work like that.
Right.
And even though they contradict themselves sometimes, like with the gap, I don't know what they call it. It's a shield. It's a shield which all ships have to protect themselves from the evils of the warp. And they say that this was a shield that was created in the dark age of technology, but now they're saying it's a psyker. It's a psyker comatose in the hull of the ship to protect them from the warp. But yeah, but still they keep the lore consistent. They will do anything. They will do anything just to make it. It's not like Halo where they give them, or Marvel where they're giving them freedom to screw it up because they think that they can tell a better story, or the Tolkien estate where most of the people who gave a shit are gone. The lore masters will do anything to make sure it's consistent, because Games Workshop were screwed over once. We're already screwed over once, and they don't want that to happen again. Back in the 80s, they commissioned an artist from 2000 AD to create a character and a new god of chaos, so that there would be 5. But when they wanted to put that character into the tabletop game, the guy wanted a percentage of it, and they were like, what he was asking for was too high, and they were like, yeah, we can't do that. We're still just way beyond Dungeons and Dragons. We can't afford to pay you this. And then he's like, well, then you can't use my work. And they're like, all right, we won't use your work anymore.
You would think they would have that all settled beforehand.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they just commissioned him for a comic book.
Oh, okay.
And they wanted to use his work, and they put up a deal for royalties to use his character, and the things that they came up with. So yeah, they decided, instead of like doing something like that again, they decided to make everything in house.
Okay.
Like with Marvel, they got two. With Marvel, they got like 2 characters that I was iffy about, but when I read the comic books, I was like, oh, this is just like Warhammer, and I was like, oh right, the War Masters, they won't let anything happen. Like there's like 2 comic books. One is the Caligar, Marinus Caligar, which is about the chapter master of the Ultramarines, and it's written by Galen. that your cat?
Yes, it is. She's meowing at my feet, wanting to hop up on me. So I'm telling her to come here, but she knows she's on camera.
She's being a diva.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, Games Workshop are quite funny about fanfic and some fan art and stuff as well, man. They've told people to.
How were they about that one that was really, really done well? The video.
Astartes.
Yeah.
Yeah. They actually gave him a cease and desist.
Really?
Yeah. Unfortunately. I mean, they're very picky with their franchises.
That's unfortunate because he did a great job.
Yeah.
That was entertaining.
And he also did the guy who created the Kieran Gilly, it was Marinus Gallagher. It was written by Kieran Gillian, and Sisters of Battle is written by oh god, let me see.
Oh, whoops! I forgot to put that shading in. Oh well. Yeah.
Sisters of Battle is written by Torrin Gorbeck, and I don't like her because of what she did, what her and that other dumb shit have been doing to the Punisher.
How dare you?
You dare.
But
You dare.
But she's been doing a great job with the Sisters of Battle. She did a great job with the Sisters of Battle, and Kieran Gillian. I couldn't care less because what the idiot's been doing with the X-Men, but he's been doing a great job with the Magnus Corin, and that's because they have editors that actually do their damn jobs. And
are we still talking about Warhammer?
Yeah,
maybe.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Well, okay, here's the deal, James. We're always talking about Warhammer.
Warhammer is life.
You know, I've decided to give my everything to the Emperor, I guess.
Are you going to try to get into it, Eric?
No, but I just,
It's an expensive hobby.
Yeah.
I don't collect models. I don't.
Yeah, I basically read the. I'll basically read the lore and the books, and I'll play the video games. But if I want to get the codex, but the codex is like $50. The codex to the orcs.
What's the codex?
A codex is like the rule book of, and it also tells have some stories in it, and it's kind of like a rule book, kind of like what D&D has. And
okay.
$50 for just one faction.
Eric will hook you up with it,
dude.
Right? Yeah,
man. Mind tricks don't work on me. Only money. You waving your hand around like you're some kind of Jedi. Nubian.
Before I came on the stream today, I sat down and watched Dread again.
You watched Dread again?
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah.
Carl Urban.
Yeah, he did a much better job than Sylvester Stallone.
I thoroughly enjoyed his. He has the scowl down pat. Like you can tell he looked at the comic. It's like, I'm going to get that.
Yeah.
Get that look.
Well, let's put it this way: Dread is a UK thing, and Stallone's Dread that was an American adaptation of something intrinsically British. It'd be like trying to make an American version of a Monty Python movie, or just something. There's a certain level of it didn't quite cross the culture.
It goes both ways, I guess. Yeah, it goes. There's some very Americana things that you wouldn't try and that just look stupid pulled off by somebody else.
Yeah.
looks unauthentic.
Yeah, that's it. It's kind of like when it's kind of like when A&E created their own version of The Prisoner, and it was just it could. I mean, it couldn't hold a candle to the original Prisoner and even though it had the creators of the original as creative consultants, it just couldn't do it. It just couldn't do a great job.
I'm kind of in the middle of a Prisoner rewatch right now. It's great to have seen it last year and then to have come at it again so soon, because now I'm picking up on so many little things. And it's been just that's the one with Jim Caviezel. Is that it? Caviezel and Ian McKellen.
Yeah.
That was like what, 2012 or so.
Yeah.
I've never seen this, or I don't even know if I have any interest. In the late 80s, there was a Prisoner DC comic book that was on Baxter paper with more of a cardstock cover, had the mature audience, format, higher cover price. I think it was like $1.95 in the $1.25 days. Does that ring any bells to anyone?
No,
not here, man. I'm completely oblivious about Prisoner stuff.
But I love the old show.
Ask the Brit or the Aussie.
It's an authorized sequel. It was.
Mr. Grant Gregory has been pretty quiet.
Oh no, he's out.
He's out.
Yeah, like his baby.
Oh,
take care of the kid.
Yeah. Yeah. I can understand. It's been it. He jumped out about almost an hour ago. So yeah, he's trying to calm the kid down more.
Shattered Visage is a 4-issue comic book miniseries based on The Prisoner, the 1967 television series created by and starring Patrick McGoohan. It was released in 1988-89, and it's a sequel. It's an authorized sequel to the show.
Oh, hello, Joseph Dredd. Welcome. Oh, speaking of Dredd, there he is.
Hello.
You heard his name.
Hale and hearty happy.
I read a short story the other day from like 1963. It was published in one of those sci-fi magazines.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it would make a good comic book adaptation. It's the story that, John Carpenter's They Live?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a story called 8 o'clock in the morning. And I think They Live was based on this story and another comic book called Nada, which is the main character in They Live. So I think it would make a very cool comic book adaptation. The way it's written, it is sort of more like sort of a short serial or a film.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that if John Carpenter took inspiration from that for They Live, because he did take inspiration from The Thing with the short story Who Goes There.
Mm-hmm. This one was by what's it called? Ray Nelson, I think his name was.
Eric. Sorry. Go ahead.
Ray Nelson. It's called 8 o'clock in the morning, and it came out in 1963. I'm not sure what magazine it came out in. It's not very long.
Yeah.
It'd make a good one shot.
Yeah.
Eric, Joseph Dredd said something about you in the chat there.
He did.
Yes.
Hello. I saw you on Thinking Critical while I was lurking there. Indeed, that means you have good taste, my friend. I was blessed company to be once again asked to be on Wes's Saturday comic book aficionados panel. It's nice. It's a good way to spend time with other comic book fans and to interact and with other comic book fans out there and built a network of comic book fans just talking about what we love the most. Sequential art, these magazines, and how to take better care of them too. Jeez, that's like my new thing.
Take a course on that.
Yeah, we all could. Yeah, I mean, I saw MVP had was it Kier from Comics Elite? I know Drew from Comics Elite, but it was Max's weekly show, and they talked about grading and about keeping comics, and it was really like, whoa, input. I feel like Johnny Five in Short Circuit. Input, just like, give me more information, please. MVP's got a good channel.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's got that one. He's got a 1/3 Superman. That Superman. I was like, dude, is that's huge. He was like, yeah, this is a 1/3 scale. And I'm like, wow.
Isn't Heroine of Alexandria going there?
I have no idea.
Well, Eric we had given her an invite to the show.
Yeah, so whenever she'll feel like she wants to come on the show, I mean, it's a good spot to like, hey, make your debut here,
Oh, the limited run games drama is like, wow. I know.
Kind of glad I don't have any skin in that game.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have a horse in the game because I'm not part of the LGBTQ community, but I would love to ask Heroine of Alexandria what she thinks about the stuff going on and the stuff going on right now in limited run game, because this woman just said she was this woman said that this person just said that this woman just said she was waiting for, she was excited for the Hogwarts Legacy, and Purple Tinker, the trans woman who was the co-founder of BrewingCon, actually made it her mission to get her fired. And it was actually and she dug up a Twitter post 6 years ago, and then 5 years ago about the whole trans rights bathroom incident, and how she follows some conservative or people who she gets mad at, like Libs and TikTok and Gina Carano and Ben Shapiro, and she's like, I am not going to give you one more red cent until you fire this person. And they fired her, and now they're facing backlash because people are refunding what their pre-orders. Neon from Clownfish TV refunded his entire order from Limited Run Games, which was close to $2,000. And
you gotta speak with your wallet.
Good for him. I mean,
I wanted to get the Ishimura set, the Ishimura collector set of Dead Space from them, and now I'm not. I'd rather just get it downloaded. I'm not gonna go get a physical copy of Dead Space, of Dead Space. I'll just get it downloaded. I'm not gonna give them money if they're going to fire someone based on their political opinion.
Also, sometimes I just want to say, like, a lot of the times we don't have all the information of this. So, I mean, this is we call it clickbaity for a reason. We are hooked into an outrage culture, and it is what's now been intertwined with our geek culture.
It has,
They're just because of this constant manipulation of a culture war. And but what we don't know is, like, maybe there were other instances. Maybe this was
Data Racer actually did some digging on Purple Tinker. This is a person who's a known internet bully. She doxes people, she cancels them, and BronyCon. She's the co-founder of BronyCon, and when BronyCon said that they sent their prayers and wishes to their prayers and wishes to the people who were hurt during the Boston bombing.
Mm-hmm.
She went ballistic, saying how they shouldn't besmirch her legacy like that. And people were like, "Why?" Because they were offering prayers. She's like, "Yes, because God does not exist." So yeah, she's an atheist, and she thinks that everyone should be an atheist.
It's
not their problem.
It's not their province to assert that.
That's right. You should be able
don't agree to it.
You don't agree? I use that term all the time now. I don't agree with that.
John, I can agree to that. Those are your beliefs. I can respect that, but I'm not going to agree to it.
Yeah.
Good day.
Bye-bye. Goodbye.
There you go. Heartfelt.
Some people.
I love it.
Some people, when after the employee at Limited Run Games was fired, she was taking victory laps, but she got demolished in Twitter that she had to leave. And Limited Run Games put out a statement which was very half-hearted, and they were demolished. And now that they had to limit they turned off the comments. So yeah, they done fucked up.
It's backfired, certainly.
Yeah.
It's so weird. I mean, yeah.
This isn't just a bunch of conservatives. It's everyone. Everyone. What's his name? Gene Hackman, or who was that guy? No, not Gene Hackman. What was that guy in Area 51? The terrorist.
Area 51.
No, not Air Force One.
Oh, you're thinking of.
Is that the one where Steven Seagal dies in the first act?
You're thinking of the guy who played in. You're thinking about the guy who played the bad guy in Fifth Element. His name is Gary Oldman.
Gary Oldman.
Yeah.
Wonderful Gary Oldman.
Yeah.
One of my favorite actors.
He has this one line in a movie that goes, "Everyone." So yeah.
Oh, that's The Professional, Leon.
That's The Professional, Leon.
Yeah, it's one of the greatest movies out there, man. It's fucking amazing movie.
Who's a sick bad guy in that?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I love using that meme, by the way.
Yeah,
or the GIF.
Everyone. Yeah, everyone is upset. Everyone is upset, and she might have clause to fire. She might even have clause to sue them for wrongful termination.
Yeah, well, she's in North Carolina. That's where it all happened.
Yeah,
and she'll get her money's worth. And it's like that whole.
They'll make a deal. There'll be non-disclosure agreements, and this will get memory hold.
Yep.
But it just the power of dogpiling on. I keep coming back to this like hardwired human need to make and watch other humans suffer, I guess. I mean, we're only less than 200 years removed from public executions and public display of condemned
torture.
people. Torture. Geez, it's not a lot of time.
I try and not engage in these social arguments with complete strangers on Twitter. I try and keep well out of it. But now it has got to the point where people are losing their jobs or, being so-called exposed for just sharing stuff, or following a certain group on Twitter. It's just getting ridiculous.
I'm watching a movie right now. I'm actually in the midst of watching it, and I don't like to usually look at reviews to choose whether or not to watch movies because I've been tricked by those in the past, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we were having our Barbie last night, and one of the guys was like, we were talking about, okay, what are some good sci-fi movies that everybody's watched recently? And then one person brought up the Brad Pitt one, where what's it called?
Ad Astra.
Yes,
fucking amazing.
I'm halfway through it, and I'm like, how have I not watched this yet?
I've not watched it. Good.
Oh, I bought it on
it's
DVD.
so
I watched it
It's
3
so
times
good.
in a row. It's so good. It's a
so good.
modernized. Here's
Yeah.
a modernization and an adaptation that works. Once again, we have the story of Homer's Odyssey.
Yes.
And so it's like, so you have.
Don't spoil it for me.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it follows the story beats and like, I mean, just like something very Act One-ish, like Donald Sutherland.
Yeah.
Yes. That's a
Mm.
story beat right out of the Odyssey. Telemachus has mentor with him, and as he's looking for his father, and
right.
There's something ancient and mythological about this. The
Yes,
trappings
this
have
movie,
changed.
Yeah. But it's such an amazingly and really great acting, extremely great acting on Brad Pitt's part as well.
Mhm.
I was like, how have I not? And I went and checked. It's like 6.4. It's like, what is who's ever graded this needs to be
Dude.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I
When
just
you're
can't
done with
stand
that, we should have a
Yeah.
we should have a live stream talk about that because it deserves.
Yes, it does.
It was made 2019.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised because they're getting people. I wouldn't be surprised because people give low rating. Professional critics give low ratings to good movies and high ratings to bad movies.
Totally hear you there. Yeah, like it's just been it's been a joy. I've been trying to go out of my way to find stuff that's been made recently that's good, and few and far between. But the ones I've seen, I've been really impressed with, and that's another one. I'm only halfway through, but I'm like, as soon as this stream's over tonight, I don't care what time it is. I'm finishing that movie.
Yeah, we've been rewatching old stuff.
Yeah, I actually saw Solomon Kane the other day.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Me and my wife.
I'm
sorry. Me and my wife have only just started to watch Yellowstone.
I heard that's really, really good.
Really?
We're really enjoying it. We've done the first season and we just started the second season last night, but we're gripped so far.
Yeah, the guys that were hanging out last night, they were talking really. They were really enjoying it. They said.
I'm not thinking about getting branded just yet, but we'll see.
I haven't seen any of it, but I heard it's good, so I'll definitely give that one a try too.
Yeah.
Is it the 2009 movie?
Yellowstone.
Yellowstone.
Oh, okay. That Solomon Kane. I was looking it up.
Oh, sorry.
2009. It was released in Comic-Con, but it never got released in the United States. It was only released in Europe, and Asia. I don't know.
It was in it.
I don't know. Solomon Kane.
Yeah.
Is it Robert E. Howard?
Yes, a Robert E. Howard story.
Yeah, he's known for Conan the Barbarian, and this is a was he like a?
He's a Solomon Kane was a Puritan. It was a former pirate, former captain of a British naval
in the year 1600.
Yes,
in North Africa, English privateer Solomon Kane leads his ship's crew into battle against the Ottoman defenders of a fortress town, and then it goes on from there. So we're in the 15th century here.
Yes.
After he was basically a pirate who basically who did everything because he could. He had the consent of the crown to be a pirate. So
Razor Fist is a huge Solomon Kane fan.
And it's been bouncing around comic books, like old Marvel comic books for like all my childhood. I just never got into it. Maybe because it was the hat. He was like, because like I grew up in Massachusetts where we had pilgrims and shit. And
Exactly.
Well, that's the thing.
A killer pilgrim? What the?
That's the thing. That's the thing. He's repenting for his sins, so he became a Puritan.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, and in the movie, he's not allowed to use like any kind of what should we call it?
Well, at first he
force?
first he didn't want to kill, but then he was forced to kill, and he decided to use after that he decided to use the evil that he used to inflict on men to protect people. So he became like the 15th century version of Batman,
right?
Where he would go around and help people using his skills that he did as a pirate. He's known for having
a reformed pirate. That's cool. Yeah, all right.
He's known for having incredible. He's known for like having like this incredible marksmanship. So he can practically shoot the flies off. They said that he could shoot the wings off a fly, and with a flintlock pistol. He was undefeated with swords, fists, and daggers. And so I like that movie because it had a very swashbuckling Errol Flynn kind of way, choreography. And this is basically like a prequel of the current Solomon Kane books that Robert E. Howard wrote, and it fits very well.
Yeah, Roddick praises that movie a lot as well. I watched it. I enjoyed it. I felt like there was a couple little pacing issues. I wish the movie would have been a little bit longer, actually, to flesh out the relationship with some of the characters. And if I would have had that, I think I would have enjoyed it even more.
Yeah.
But I pick it. Did you guys watch The Pale Blue Eye?
No.
No.
Well, that's all based on Edgar Allan Poe, right?
Oh.
And it's got the one performance in it that is like, it's top notch. Is the guy who plays Dudley from the Harry Potter movies?
Oh.
Can Dudley tell time? Oh God, no.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, that's from the Royal Tenenbaums.
Oh, I haven't seen that movie in a while. I love that movie.
Because that's about Bill Murray and Dudley.
Yeah.
Can Dudley tell time? No. Sorry.
That's what's his face? Who did that again? His name is the director Wes Anderson.
Yeah.
Yeah. I recently watched Rushmore again. I love that movie.
I've always wanted to be one of your fucking movies.
Yeah.
I fucking love that movie. Yeah.
I love that movie.
Great arc, great reversal at the end. Oh, fucking great.
Yes. I love it when Bill Murray stands up and does he does the sign there at the end. He puts his fist up.
Wes Anderson actually did it. It was actually said that he hated dogs. People said that Wes Anderson hated dogs because they always die in his movies. But when he did Isle of Dogs, yeah, just look at the title. It says, I love dogs.
Yeah. Yeah, I've only watched that movie once. I really enjoyed it. I want to watch it again.
Yeah,
I think one of his movies.
It's kind of the stop motion is like the Amazing Mr. Fox.
Yeah. Which is also another really good one. One of his movies that doesn't get a lot of people don't talk about. Oh my gosh, what's the name of it? It's where the boy goes to camp. And the dog actually dies in that movie. Gets shot with an arrow. I can't remember the name of the movie. It's kind of like a young love story as well. Eric, are you looking it up there? I see you looking up something.
Yeah. And of course the dog dies. They always die.
Yeah. It's got what's his face? The guy who played Incredible Hulk.
Yeah.
The second movie.
Which one?
The second movie.
Eric Bana?
No.
Edward Norton.
Edward Norton's in the movie, along with Harvey Keitel, Bill Murray. I think Jeff Goldblum's in there as well. It's about a camp. I can't remember the name of it. It's something camp. I really like that movie a lot.
Dogs.
But I've definitely watched Moonrise Kingdom. Thank you, Your Barmy. That's the one. Moonrise Kingdom. That's it.
Thank
yeah.
you. I have not seen that one.
Give it a watch.
Oh, there it is. It's a 2012.
Yeah.
Wes Anderson. Oh, it's got a great cast. I love Francis McDormand and everything.
Uh-huh.
Bob Balaban, he's a fucking gift. He really is.
Check it out.
Tilda Swinton's some hot shit too. I think that's an actor. They do take their job seriously. I mean,
who's that?
Tilda Swinton.
Oh yes. She does some good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Have you guys ever seen the movie Hannah with Kate Blanchett and Eric Bana? Oh, you've either seen it or you haven't seen it. It's really good.
Yeah. I think I've seen clips of it, like when the woman they have her in the interrogation room, and then they're like I'm looking for this person, and they send in a fake one, and she's like and when they're like, hi, I'm so and so, she just reaches over, breaks her neck.
Yeah, it's like Jason Bourne but with a young girl. Yeah, the Bourne Identity, but with a young girl, but like with some more kind of like coming of age topics and father-daughter like relationship things going on. It's really I enjoyed it. I've watched it a few times.
It sounds familiar. Rings a bell.
Yeah, Hannah. They made a TV show series after it.
Yeah, it was on Netflix.
I never watched the TV series.
And it was made by the same guy, 87 North, the same guys who did like Bullet Train and Violent Eye and Nobody. They're also the same producers who are in charge of John Wick.
I'm spending a lot of time on this pen. I'm usually into color by now, but I'm taking my time today. I'll give a close up of it. Here we go. They got him looking somber right there. Gimli at the grave. Yeah, and Gandalf looking at the book here.
Are you coloring this?
Yeah, I'm going to be coloring it. Yeah.
And this is for the event is next week?
Yeah. The event is the 21st, and basically they've done this before. This is the second time they've done it. It's Azura and Brian. Brian, you know the guy that I was talking to, Brian Buchanan?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, him and Azura, they did it the first time, but this time they asked me to join along to use my illustrations to help out.
Nice.
So I told them, I was like, they asked me if I wanted to join along this time. I was like, hey, how about I join along this time and I do original artwork for it? Nice. So that's what I'm doing this for. And having pieces as well. Cool. And I actually sold one of my pieces.
Yes, you did. The Aragorn.
Yeah. Oh, no. That was actually a present.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Because it's a long story. But it ended up being a present.
That's cool. No, because I thought I saw like your Aragorn was free in the world.
Yeah.
You did a magnificent job on that. Specifically the necklace thing. It's out. It always stands out. That nice little attention to detail.
It became I gave it away. Oh, it was a present. It's a long story, but actually I sold one of the pictures I did. The one where they were in Moria.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't. Well, I don't think she would be angry if I told. I don't think she would be, but would somebody be angry if I said that they bought the picture? I don't think they would.
That's between you and your customer or you and your guest.
Yeah. Okay.
You should keep that to yourself.
They talked about buying it live on a live stream with a whole bunch of people. So that's all right. It's sold though. That one's in the possession of somebody else now.
Like someone in the fellowship made me 3D sculpted me a prop for my for my cosplay. And I asked.
And that was Brightest Day, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And but the last thing I would want would him to get swamped with unsolicited requests. No. I mean, like, you know what I mean? It's like about revealing,
right.
Using other people's names, and you're like, hey, you know, like,
well,
yeah. So it's just like you're being considerate. I'm
exactly,
like, that's where I'm coming from. It's like, be considerate, and, you know.
I hear you.
Yeah.
But and actually, one of my friends, the one who buys he's bought some artwork from me. He came in yesterday, and he's like, I had the Lord of the Rings pictures on the desk, and he goes, "Those are the ones, aren't they?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Have you sold these ones yet?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "I want all 3 of them. Tell me the price." And I was like, "Okay." And I always feel like, a bit, you know, because I charge prices for my stuff, you know. I put, because if I'm doing this professionally, I want to get the money that, you know, if I want to live off of this, I can't, you know, be thrown away for free or for, you know, just for pennies. So
this is your trade. You're a tradesman.
Yeah. So I gave him the price, and he's like, "Okay, I'm going to wait till the end of he wants to see," because I told him I'm going to try to do 10 of these, and this is the 5th one right here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that done, but he said he's going to wait till the end of the series to check them out. But he wants to buy at least 3 of them.
Nice.
Like, awesome.
So a whole bunch. You're going to do one. I can see it now. You're going to be have Frodo throwing the ring in the fire.
Dude, you've already guessed that one. No, I don't know if it's going to be his hand that thrown it, but it's definitely going to be the ring melting in there.
Something like I see fire, I see volcano, I see just reds and yellows and rocks.
Yep, that's exactly the first image that came to my mind whenever we talked about this. So I always kind of saved that one for last because it's the end of the project, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or you one of the pictures you have is Sam carrying Frodo.
Oh, that's a good one too. Oh, thank you. You're Barney. Yeah, like the light source. These light sources. If you ever have a chance, look up Rembrandt Intaglio prints. His printmaking, his intaglios. He did some great of this like kind of chiaroscuro or an extreme lighting. With his printmaking work, and I love his printmaking work. I looked at it over and over and over and over again, especially when I was in college. So I love those like extreme light sources. Even within it's not an extreme light source, but within this the painting here, I had to leave all of this white. This is paper white, so you're constantly like trying not to touch it, so it doesn't get any white on it. So that's you leave everything else gets colored around it, and then you just leave that space as it is, and then you build up everything around it so that becomes more brighter and brighter as you go along. This one was fun to work on.
It's beautiful. It's really nice.
And I made the whole. I didn't copy the house. I kind of like looked at a whole bunch of different,
Mr. Grant Gregory
references and what's that? Yeah, he's probably just realized that
he just shut off his. He just powered down his computer.
Yeah. All right, bye, Mr. Grant Gregory.
Good evening.
I shouldn't actually be doing all this cross hatching here because I'm going to color over it, but I'm kind of hooked on it right now. It's sad because a lot of it's going to get lost. But
it's CBR. I just saw an article that says that came out 3 days ago with the new Wednesday season 2 announcement. CBR says it's time to hire more Black and Latin writers.
Why? Are they good?
No, they said.
Can you just identify as Black or?
They said with season 2, on the horizon, hiring writers and directors of both Black and Latin backgrounds could improve the representation on the screen.
How does that? No, it doesn't. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean,
I rarely see myself. There's not enough Gingers.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
No, we're being outed.
Yeah.
I mean, and the ones we do have, it's like the Weasleys.
And unfortunately,
and the Huxes.
It's like the famous black actor that's in everything. We've got our 1 or 2 famous redheads that are in everything.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Sean Bean dies in almost every project he's in.
Sean Bean? Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Definitely.
Yeah. The many deaths of Sean Bean.
Yeah.
Somebody did some YouTube video about it. It was quite funny.
Oh man.
I'll be back in 1 second, guys.
Oh yeah, Kenzo, go for it. I should probably start collaring this soon, but I don't even know if I'm going to get to the collaring tonight. What time is it? It's already 12:15. Oh my god!
Jeebus.
I've been on for 3 hours already.
Yeah,
What
but
am I
you
doing?
lollygagged the first hour though.
Yeah, I did, didn't I?
Yes.
Oh, Mackenny's here. Oh, he's in. Okay, hold on a second.
Hello.
Shoot, let me. Oh, I could. Hold on a second.
Hold on.
There we go. And add it. There we go. There we go.
Oh my switches.
Hello.
There you go. Hello. Welcome.
Welcome. I just woke up and I'm like telling y'all, hey, I'm back.
Take bigger hits.
Grandpa Nurgle's kicking your ass too, huh?
Yeah. I just woke up and I'm telling y'all I'm backstage. Hey.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's it going there? You're still feeling under the weather?
Yeah, a little bit, but I'm better.
That's
like I said, I just woke up, so
yeah. Can't
Get
wait.
the smoker's cough going.
Yeah,
God.
I can't wait for the birthday stream on later today.
I am too. I'm looking forward to it too.
It's your birthday?
No, not mine. This is my co-host's birthday.
Okay.
Both Bruce Lombardo and Mads Monbear.
Awesome.
I bet Bruce has a lot of things to get off his chest with the new OGL from Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh hell yeah! If you caught Week and Geek yesterday, that is definitely a lot of people had a lot to get off their chest of the new OGL in ish. So,
what's the OGL stand for? Sorry,
Open Game License.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's basically people can create like different campaigns or different worlds using the D&D the D&D rule set. Except now that the OGL Critical Role and like Stranger Things made
you rolled a 5. What does that mean?
Critical
I'm not
Role.
even a gamer, but I bought this 20-sided die out of sheer defiance and general principle.
Yeah,
it's $1.99 at the counter at my local comic book shop, and I was like,
I feel like I should do the same, just out of defiance.
Yeah. Yes, out of defiance.
What's up, Jake Ironside? Good to see you here, bud.
Hey.
yeah.
How's it going?
And the thing is that they're saying that it with all the Hasbro and Lockheed just got greedy. They're saying that they want like a 20%, 25 to 20% cut of the published materials that people do, and they could take a property, like they'll take like property characters, they'll take characters of what they'll take characters and properties and use it for their established titles and not pay royalties to the people who created it. And I'm like, yeah, that's something I'd expect from Games Workshop, but not D&D. That's why they have a tight leash on their
Mm-hmm.
such a tight leash on their on everything. And it is just so. I mean, that's what you get when you get people from a video game company into a tabletop setting. Because the new president
does it translate?
Yeah, the new
does it?
The new president of Microsoft, the new president of both the new president of Hasbro and the new president of WotC were both from Microsoft, and and they're treating this like it's a DLC.
Yeah, it's like monetization of just like little stuff. Like, is that it?
Yeah. And also they could say that they could shut down a project if they see it as homophobic or transphobic or bigotry. And it's going to be like,
as they should, you bigot.
You bigot.
Only a bigot would object to that. Remember that.
And I'm pretty sure that like
so down. Okay, put your activist cap down, Eric.
No. You have to be ready for that argument.
I know.
It's going to be used
You know
against. It's going to be used against you at any minute.
You
Out of
know,
your
in
hands.
the
It's
what
like-
was the movie that we were talking
it's
about
just like
earlier?
Which Ad Astra?
Ad Astra. You know how like he's trying to get out of the space station, but he has to go through this personality test. It's like, no, you're not calm enough to get out of here. You have to stay. That's like, ooh, I could so see that happening in the future. You know,
Yeah.
oh, your opinion, your opinions are not aligned with what is accepted in the outside world.
So,
You must go through like what is it called? Like
Education?
yeah.
So an SCR.
Re-education.
So
Yeah.
an SES essentially, social credit
Yeah.
system.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. This is just like yeah. It's like that. You remember that Christian Bale movie Equilibrium?
Oh yes.
I remember it, but I started it. I didn't finish it. It kind of bored me. It had pacing problems.
People weren't allowed to feel, and this is what it is. I mean, this is what it is. Everybody needs to think the same, act the same. If not, then they'll face the wrath. And of course,
basically it's the wrath of themselves. It's weird, isn't it?
Let them just turn on themselves and once again, like, I'm just not going to agree to that. I just stay out of that kind of fight. I got my own problems. You know what I mean? And then to worry about.
I got 99 problems, and
this bitch ain't mine.
This bitch ain't mine.
Hit me.
Exactly.
If
you're probably Mac, you're probably gonna have like a good chunk of the stream
control.
For the OGL and another
sure
one.
Gasket's closed.
And another one.
What is it? Sorry.
Now I got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one. Hit me. If you're having girl problems, I got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one. I got Rat Patrol on the Gap Patrol. Those are the make sure my casket's closed.
You know your words, man. You know them.
Something like
that.
I don't know how you do that, man.
I don't either.
I envy you.
You're probably gonna have like another chunk of the of the stream put aside for Matt's Mama Bear to vent of how they screwed up Velma, or how Mindy self-insert of Velma.
Nah, she's not that kind of person to rant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what I've seen about her, she's a very calm person.
She is. Oftentimes, she's the most level-headed of the three of us.
Yeah. So she's like the den mother of you two.
Kinda.
She's Wendy.
Kind of the den mother, kind of big sister, kind of the.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm totally not going to be getting around to coloring this tonight. I'm working way too much into these inks.
Yeah.
I don't know how long I've spent. I don't know how long I've spent on this, but I have been on this all day yesterday, and I got so much done. I got so much done yesterday. It's insane.
You need to make sure you get the cleavage right.
Well, yeah.
Like, seriously, I got most of the coloring and shading and lighting done yesterday alone.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even feel like I was working that long on it, because a good chunk of it I did on Week and Geek. And funny thing is, I started this on Friday morning.
Oh wow!
So if that's a sign I'm getting quicker, this is definitely a sign I'm improving.
Yeah.
This is only my third week of using this tablet in CS Paint. This is only my third week now.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Which kind of tablet is it?
It's XP Pen, 22-inch.
Okay.
But it's like, in some cases, it's just like drawing in my sketchbook. It's just what it feels like sometimes. You're just drawing. You just kind of have to go in and treat it as such.
Mm-hmm.
Hence why I'm But what I'm doing right now is I'm cleaning up a bit of the line work here because I went very sketch. I used a mechanical pencil to sketch for the line art here, and I did a lot of line work, and I'm trying to clean up here. So
I mainly use Procreate. I have dabbled in CS Paint a little, but for most illustrations I use Procreate. But yeah, I've been trying to do a few bits lately to give it more of a sketched feel to the line art. So I've been using stuff like the marker pens, and then
maybe that might be it. I didn't think about that.
Oh, what's up, Dempsey? How's it going there? Hail. Sorry. There you go. Nice to see Dempsey on. Nice to see all you guys in the chat.
I don't see Jaffo.
I haven't seen Jaffo as of late.
Well,
I've seen him in other streams, but
good to see you.
Yeah.
That is one advantage I find of digital inking is going back in and cleaning up the line art. You know, that's something that obviously you can't do if you're using traditional inks.
No. But sometimes I'm just like, you know what? I actually leave it. I actually leave some lines there just because
you can't. Yeah, you've got to still have the little mistakes in.
Sometimes I leave it there just because that sketchiness actually is probably much more enhancing. Actually, is it?
Why am I doing this? I'm over inking this. I can't stop though. Oh well.
It's kind of weird. I always
just
refer
like me.
to.
You were just like me.
I always refer to it as I'm trying to imitate a sketch feel when I'm drawing digitally, but I am.
By the way, by the way, I have to send a big thank you to not only Jaffo and Megatron for like the double gifted memberships last Sunday, but I have to send a big thank you to Jaffo because he bought me a shit ton of brushes that you're seeing on your screen. All this is from Jaffo. He got me this. Wow. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. So I got so many freaking brushes here now. So I'm like, oh my god, this is overwhelming.
Yeah, I paid about $30 for a set of brushes, and I've got quite a few, but they're Procreate ones.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I've been using a lot of them, but a good chunk of brushes I've been basically using has been my friend's brushes that she created, just so I can show her some love. So
when I kind of first got it, I didn't really know what to do in terms of editing the brushes, but then now after getting the purchased ones, I can sort of see the settings that they've used, and then I've sort of gone off and imitated them slightly myself. So I made a marker pen that using the guy's marker pen, but the one on the ones I purchased, it doesn't overlay, like the opacity won't stay at 100%, so I've gone and so it's straight black as soon as you put it down, rather than having to put 2 or 3 layers on the top.
I actually am very fond of brushes that you don't use, that I can tone down the density.
Yeah,
because I can tone down the density and thickness of, so it doesn't completely color it. Because I can use it for you can use it. One of the cool things about Clip is that, like, I used kind of a Japanese brush for most of the coloring, but then I would switch over to say a smooth brush and just color over where I colored, and it actually softens the edges a bit. So, or softens or enhances the edges a bit.
Yeah, I have a few sort of edge brushes that are designed just to do sort of the edge highlights or the edge shading, and they have different grades in terms of thickness and everything. But then they also have ones that are more grainy and less grainy, depending on what kind of look you're trying to achieve. And sometimes, obviously, like if you're trying to have diffused light, using sort of a grainy shadow on the edge will sort of portray that better.
My cat's attacking my hand right now.
He's telling you to stop drawing.
Exactly. Just come over here meowing. Got a
Me.
cushion for you here. Chill out. Draw with me. Come on.
Come on, pet me. Pet me.
Exactly, basically. And then when you want to pet her, then she's like, "Don't touch me,
Bro. You got a gold mine,
What you
bro.
doing
You
there?
got a gold mine on your hand if you taught your cat how to draw.
You're sitting on a gold mine, Turbeck.
I got I sent this.
The penis mighty.
I put this tweet out for
Exactly.
I put this tweet out for anybody who was a Warhammer fan to get it if they got it, and it just shows a bunch of orcs walking around in models of orcs walking around in boxes, and it says like important stuff, nothing to see here, humies, and it's just funny because these are commando orcs, and they paint themselves purple because it makes them sneakier.
Vegeta, I want to ask you something.
Oh, sorry. Before that, can I point out this? Dipsy has said here in the chat. Yes. He says, "So I found something interesting while searching through IMDb last night. I was looking at the movies released this year, and I found Highlander film that is rumored to be starring Henry Cavill. Yeah, that's been in the talks for a while now. That Henry Cavill was going to be doing that, but I didn't know whether or not it was actually going to be put.
I don't know. He could save it. I don't know. Nothing can match.
Well, I know
that is Highlander 2.
Finally, the live-action adaptation of Quentin MacLeod.
Exactly.
I know that. What's his name? Who was the first Highlander? The first person to play?
Christopher Lambert, a French was playing a Scottish.
Yeah,
he's in a British accent, Lambert.
Yeah, he's going to be he's going to be involved in it somehow. I don't know how. I don't know what, but he's in there. And what were you saying, Macity?
Actually, I forgot my train of thought. Dang, I forgot. Dang it. Dang you. I just lost my train of thought.
You were going to ask about
40K.
Yeah.
I noticed a lot of people are starting to get into 40K, including one noob reviews.
Oh,
I wonder why. Henry
Everybody's
Cavill.
getting.
I wonder why.
I was on Fats's Fortnite stream yesterday, and we were kind of talking about that. Like, people are getting it into 40K, and I'm wondering if it's as a response to. It does make me wonder if, because of WotC's rule sets and such like that, people
Henry Cavill abs.
Well, true.
Hey, what's up, Canadian Spider-Man?
It's true, but I can't help but to think. You got a bad cough.
Take bigger hits.
Yeah, Grandpa Nurgle Street really.
No, what I was gonna say was that I feel that part of the reason people are getting to 40K is because of WotC. It's like people are migrating. I can't help but to think.
Yeah, they do have.
Over because
they do have like a tabletop war game.
Mm-hmm.
They also have the Dark Heresy, which is a Dungeons and Dragons type game, which uses the same kind of what's it called? The same kind of rule set that was in Call of Cthulhu, in which you have to roll low of what you actually get instead of rolling higher, you have to roll lower to make sure that it passes. And if people are going to Warhammer who were originally part of like from WotC, then they'll probably think of they'll probably expand like into either Warhammer 40K or Warhammer Fantasy, because that's an alternative. And you also have like Cobalt Press and Pathfinder that are saying they're splitting up from WotC, from Dungeons and Dragons because of what they had, because of what they're doing with the OGL 1.1. And that is really gonna fuck them up.
You got gate crashers incoming. Keep your gates.
Yeah, I don't
close the portcullis.
I
don't
wow, this is
I have a hot lead to pour on them.
see, Eric. Eric. I find this situation incredibly interesting because now it's brought up now because of Watsy and because of a lot of things going on in the past. I want to say a couple of weeks, past couple of weeks or so. It's like now the topic of gatekeeping is coming back up. I'm like, oh god. It's just it was like, wow, now I'm hearing everybody talk about gatekeeping now, and I'm like, oh boy.
Yeah. And well, I don't think that like people have been coming into Warhammer, and like I just came into Warhammer
Shit, I just came into Warhammer last night. I was Thank you very much.
Almost
so I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. Eric. That's good.
I got into Warhammer almost a couple years ago, and I haven't met people who were basically gatekeeping me because I've read like Nick Beard horror stories about it, but people who I live in a small town, and I guess I never met those people because I went to a game shop. And they were like, "Oh, what?" I was like, "Hey, is this can you tell me about Warhammer?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, sure. Oh yeah, sure." And and he was telling me everything he knew about Warhammer, and I was like, "Oh, you got Call of Cthulhu too?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's a great system. It's a lot like D&D, except it's not that different. It's kind of like a reverse." And I'm like, so yeah, I spent like an hour talking to this guy. And while we were talking, I saw like a bunch of people coming in, and they're like, "Oh, you're getting into Warhammer?" And I'm like, yeah. And they were like, oh, try to think if you want a faction, try thinking about this. But if you're going to go with this faction, watch out for these weaknesses. And I'm like, oh, okay, thanks. Like there's some diehards, like there's some diehards who are like into who are like, oh, you shouldn't do that. You should be more like the Imperium, or you shouldn't do the Eldar. You should be more of chaos.
Mind crime. I mean, I hope that they come in there and really just clean up your fandom and all this tribal biases.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? We need to make this a safe space for all gamers. All right,
Jinja.
What's up?
I think something's wrong with Eric. I think you need chick's condition.
Oh no, he sounds perfectly fine to me.
I am just the voice of satire.
They got Jinja too. No,
he is fine. Arg.
Oh no, they become servitors.
Did you get your? I assume Eric and Jinja got their programming update.
Download complete.
Yeah. Oh no, they became servitors. Servitors to the mechanist. Mechanist. Oh god.
I do not know what that means.
The
but
cult of Mechanicus.
Do not grok. Incomplete.
Yo,
help us all.
A servitor is like a lobotomized human that is forcefully turned into a machine because artificial intelligence is illegal in Warhammer due to the Dark Ages.
That's what I figured.
They're ripping off Dune.
Like Dune, yeah.
It sounds like Dune, yeah. That kind of circles back to our conversation earlier, doesn't it, Kenzo?
Yes.
About the whole, are they going to make things like AI illegal in the future?
Well,
robots?
Yeah. Well, if you try to put diversity in a Warhammer, it's okay. It's already there. There's gay people.
Yeah, it was like diversity's already been there. It's been there since day one, man.
Yeah, there's gay.
People are complaining. It's like, oh, there's not enough women in Warhammer. It's like, have you not seen
two of the greatest two of the most popular faction are the Sisters of Battle and the Sisters of Silence, who are offshoot of Henry Cavill's favorite faction, the Adeptus Custodes. And the Sisters of Battle are basically tough women who will take on any chaos demons with the Holy Trinity, and that is a bolter gun, a flamer, or a las gun, and they will do it singing to drown out the pain, the cries of pain.
What to the Flight of the Valkyries?
No, they will do that singing to the Hymn of the Emperor. And these women can actually go toe to toe with a space marine.
You know, I was
why do you all you guys sit on your helmets so we don't get our balls blown off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apocalypse Now.
Yeah. This is a thing. There are people who there is diversity in Warhammer. There's people of color. There's gay. There's people who are gay. There are people who identify as another sex. There is
other white people.
It's not enough. It's not enough, right?
One of the Chaos Gods actually identifies as both a man and a woman.
Slanesh.
Yes,
that's the chaos.
Okay.
The Prince of Pleasure, Slanesh, is both man and woman, and they're like
demisexual.
They're like they call the Prince of Chaos it because it neither identifies as a man nor a woman.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. That's just the thing with Warhammer. It's like, for people who have problems with Warhammer, I'm like, you don't understand. One of the first things I noticed about Warhammer at 40K is like, we're talking a fantasy world where it doesn't matter what race, gender, sex you are. Every single person in Warhammer is a piece of shit.
Yes,
it's not a safe space.
You have to be.
One of the things. This is it. There's a joke that says, they say who's the bad guys in Warhammer, and you just say yes.
Everyone.
Yeah. Because there were two controversies, right? There were two controversies or three controversies in Warhammer, which think that Warhammer no, there were three controversies, but two of them makes people think that Warhammer is for right wing racists.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Yeah. One was because an Italian artist did a joke and basically made a statue. Yeah, he made a joke and basically made a statue of Donald Trump as the emperor.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, got it. The whole.
I was gonna say he had his dog do the Zig Heil.
No, but
I've been seeing lots of YouTube shorts with Alex Jones as a Space Marine.
In Doom.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
What's up, Jaffo? Speaking of Jaffo, Jaffo's here.
Hey, Jaffo's here.
Hey, Jaffo, how's it going, Jaffo? I'm using some of your brushes right now.
Yeah,
I think I'm gonna have to cut in and say thanks for having me on, guys. But I'm gonna have to get off.
No problem, man. Thank you for
coming up to 3.5 hours.
Yeah. Let me blow you up here, and if you want to
no, I had a blast.
Outro.
It's been awesome. It's been awesome. Yeah. It's been awesome hanging out with you all. And I want to remind James to make sure he scans that piece of work before he puts any color on it.
Yes.
Oh, I still have to
do that.
Pictures over to you. I'm so sorry. I forgot to do that.
Yeah, but thanks.
Did you send me a mail, by the way?
I don't think I have yet. But I will do. Yeah, I wasn't really prepared. Sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, if you have me on again, I promise I'll be a bit more prepared next time and come with some work.
I'll think about it.
I hope I behave myself. But yeah, thanks for having me on. If anyone in the chat doesn't follow the Legion of Memers on Twitter, I'm the
newest member of the Legion of Memers, so I have to plug them guys. Follow them and follow me at Art by Kenzo at Twitter. And thanks.
Yeah, thank you for coming on. Really appreciate it. And
it's nice to the Legion of Memers.
It's nice to have a fellow Warhammer fan on.
Oh well, I'm like yourself. I don't collect.
Yeah.
The miniatures. Just in or.
Yeah, well, there's
I want to say Kenzo
levels of fandom. Kenzo, there's different levels of fandom. Some are into the games and the novels.
I'm a normie fan.
Yeah, yeah.
I want to say, Kenzo, it has been an absolute honor to get memed by Sherry.
Sherry's hot on it, man. She's like the meme queen.
I feel honored.
Once she started, it was just like that. The snowball going downhill. It just got bigger and bigger and bigger and faster and quicker. She's she's good at it.
Okay, well, thanks very much, guys.
Man, you're always welcome on here. And
thank you for being here, Kenzo.
Anytime.
Bye, Kenzo.
Okay,
take it easy.
All right.
I admit, I'm kind of mad at Jinja right now.
Why
is that?
Because if you would let me on a little sooner, I would have talked to Grant. I was like, you jumped in and out.
Oh no, he's been gone for a long time. He's been gone for a long time. He's
being challenged. His authority was being challenged.
Yeah. All right, and the second controversy was the Austrian artist. The Austrian artist controversy. The Austrian artists in Spain. They were having a Warhammer tournament, and this person who went by the name called Austrian Artist showed up wearing Nazi patches on him, and the guy and the person he was facing said that he refused to face him. He refused to face him, and they asked him if he could remove his jacket, and he says, "I'm not going to do it unless you call the cops on me." And in Spain, they said that they couldn't do. Their hands were tied because there's no law saying that you can't wear hate Third Reich stuff, and so Games Workshop heard about this, and they said that they don't want any money coming from white supremacists, and they're like, "Oh, you see, that people are using that as an excuse. You see, Warhammer brings out the worst in humanity." I'm like,
yes.
Yeah, I'm like,
look what you people do to each other in game.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
like,
you guys are perfect.
I'm like, this is
Call of Duty, or no?
I'm like,
I was about to say, considering the state of the world right now, I think at 40K might be a safer world to live in.
Yeah. I'd rather be in a hive city. I'd rather be in a hive city, defending it from the Tyranids while eating corpse starch as an Imperial Guard. And corpse starch is exactly what it sounds like. They take dead humans and other proteins and grind it up and put it into
kind of sounds like what they're doing on Dread, like
Soylent Green meats from the lax.
Does it taste good with salt? That's the only question.
Everything does.
I don't chicken
ketchup.
Can I taste it in ranch? Can I get ranch? Can I taste it in? Can I dip it in ranch dressing?
I don't know. It comes in cans, and it comes in one of those tuna cans that you eat from a fork.
Oh, well, I could have that with some rice.
Exactly. It sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you, Clip.
Yeah, but like if you go like there's this one Wes Hammer and Major Kill. They even brought up the topic of what kind of things do the people eat, do the different factions eat in Warhammer, and they say like with the Tau Empire, they're like very Japanese. They eat they'll eat like noodles and they're like vegetarians. They don't eat any meat. They'll eat noodles. They'll eat they'll eat fruit, they'll eat vegetables, but they're all alien to us. With humans, they have to make do with what they have, even though that most of the animals we know are extinct. They'll eat alien animals and make them meat, or they'll sometimes eat corpse starch.
Right.
If you're in the military,
that's what I need.
And like with Space Marines, they could eat anything. Space Marines, they could eat anything, and it'll give them sustenance. And even with the orcs, they're basically cannibals. They'll eat anything, including themselves.
Speaking of food,
Yes.
Eric.
Yes.
So I could tell an orc to go eat yourself.
Yeah.
Eric, how's your cooking stream going?
He'll probably hit you with the chopper, and then he'll eat you.
You do the chopper.
How are those cooking videos going for you?
Actually, my cooking shorts have been working. I got some subscribers. Like, got 10 from a ribs, 5 from this one, 5 from that one, 5. Probably got like 30 subs over 5 or 6 shorts, and mission. So I keep using the shorts to pimp the page, and then I'm like getting a lot of just return people for the comic book stuff. I'm on break from work right now, so it's like there's only so much I'm cooking from.
So how long are you on break though?
Until first week of February.
Shit.
Yeah.
First week of February. Shit, we won't be able to do it. When do you think the next time you'll be able to be on break?
April. May, probably closer to May.
I want to try. I'm going to make an effort to try to get you on Mocking Live, because
it'll happen.
Question.
I have hope.
Question. How do the shadows look? Because it just dipped. I just had to recolor her eyes and stuff just so it could fit under the hat of the shadow. Like, see, it's kind of bright pops out, but this one actually makes some more sense. What do you guys think?
Looks good.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Also, I've been doing a lot of. I also added additional. I added additional hair strands throughout. I just started drawing up hair strands throughout.
Yeah, that's another thing that I was listening to David Finch. He was talking about like doing digital work. He's like, you start doing those really small details that nobody's ever going to see, but you just get hooked on them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm like. I'm just obsessed with
but it happens this way too. Like I'm working on these little dots and stuff right here that I know nobody's ever going to pay attention to. Like, but I just can't stop.
Well, that's the thing with me is that like because I follow and support so many artists, especially on Patreon. When I get their stuff, I always zoom in and look at stuff. I always zoom in and look at the lines and such like that. And I'm like, you know what? You can achieve that. You can actually achieve those kind of lines, those kind of strokes, that kind of shading, or that kind of brush textures and such like that. Like, for example, yes, I'm going to zoom in on cleavage here.
Yeah.
I put a bit of a texture. I put a bit of a texture on where it's shiny at the most part, because I see a lot of art that when they when they color cleavage, especially when they color skin tones, they added kind of like this sparkly texture brush over to make it feel a bit more realistic. I was like, I didn't realize this how skin texture is.
Stop objectifying women, McKinney. Yeah.
See, that's the funny thing, because every time you bring up, and I don't know if Eric is like this, but every time you bring up Italian artists, the first thing that comes in my mind is Milo Manara. Freaking, I don't know if Eric remembers the whole Milo Manara and Frank Cho controversy.
Art Adams. J. Scott Campbell.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Someone like
Jim Lee.
Someone like the Mount Rushmore. The Mount Rushmore of pinup artists.
Like Jim Lee Psylocke and that like midair kick.
Yes.
Yes. You know what I mean?
Jim Lee got me through puberty, man. That guy's
Man,
all those swimsuit issues. Remember those? Speaking of shoes.
Speaking about Psylocke, I was so.
She almost got a Psylocke look, almost. Ronan's almost got a Psylocke look.
I was so upset when they decided to make her switch teams, because there was this one comic book that I liked in which Psylocke was almost killed by Sabretooth, and they couldn't do anything. They couldn't do anything for.
Oh, sorry. Take care of your Barbie.
Do anything.
Have a good one.
They basically couldn't. Bye, kitty. They basically couldn't do anything. She was like on the verge of death, and Wolverine and Angel decided to go like into like this Japanese mysticism quest to try to save her soul, to bring her back to life, or to save her from death's door. And I always loved the relationship between her and Angel. When Psylocke died, Angel felt so guilty because he felt he couldn't commit to her as she wanted to. And when she was resurrected, he was just so overjoyed that he fully committed to her, because he never wanted to be away from her again. And you just threw all that away just so
and John, the new current X-Men, Betsy Braddock.
You just threw that away just so Teeny Howard could write her fan fiction.
It's just like the Godfather, man. Look what they did to my girl.
Look how they massacred my boy.
Yeah.
Well, think of it this way, though. It's just the Krakoan story will come to an end eventually. Eventually, and because it has to return to form. They're going to have to bring it back to a simpler time, back to the mansion, the danger room, and a core team with the, the mansion is just as much as a character.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
As the team. I'd say the danger room, but that's already been done. And, Danger's a character.
But
it's going to have to come back full circle. We're going to see, there'll be a normalization. There'll be maybe a no more mutants, daddy. There'll be no more rebirth.
It's just this whole Krakoan thing has. I think it's ruined it. I think it's just ruined.
And it's played out too. If you read, I read Hickman and Lennell Yu's X-Men #1, and I love to see setup and payoff, because that's one of the most rewarding things about simple fictions. These are simple fictions.
Setup and payoff.
And it looked like from the issue 1 there was going to be a problem between Storm and Scott, and it was going to end up being like, I was like, oh, this is going to be like Storm versus Scott, because she is totally disapproving of his tactics of almost using suicide missions now with this unlimited 1-up that you have. So
you know what?
And they lost that.
Can we go on another rant here?
Sure.
Yeah,
can I go on a second rant for a second?
Sure.
You have arguably one of the best X-Men characters, is Storm.
Oh yeah.
And I hate how they have underutilized her in so many ways. She is just such a background character in a lot of stories, and I'm like, this is a complete disservice to her character, to Oro's character right now.
I liked Oro. I identified with Aurora Monroe growing up as a young X-Men fan. I was tuned into X-Men because you know what it was? It was her claustrophobia, because I had asthma, and that was very debilitating and took me out of the game, and it was crippling in a way. And Aurora had this crippling claustrophobia, and I really identified with that. There was just something relatable. And when was the last time they used her claustrophobia? Or perhaps she doesn't suffer from claustrophobia anymore because now she's strong, stunning, brave when she invented it.
Yeah, I remember. I used to. My favorite character who I loved was Gambit in the series
Oh
because
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Gambit was the cool, suave guy that I wanted
Yes,
to.
it was.
He was he always was like the suave, debonair, swashbuckling
He
guy.
landed rogue.
Yeah, and he always had that cat ate the canary kind of smile on him all the time.
Yeah,
And
Dempsey here is saying Storm should have been the one to take the crown in Wakanda.
Well, yeah, they had the entire. I actually liked that arc. I don't care what people say. I actually liked the arc between Black Panther and Storm, but they completely. I think they completely ruined it when because they wanted to Disney wanted to shut out Fox with the Marvel things,
Right.
and because they ended Fantastic Four and they were doing they were replacing the Inhumans with the mutants.
Well, that worked out well, didn't it?
Yeah. And
That's when
and I thought that was just a terrible idea.
I just want to remind everyone that there is a chance that MCU's Fantastic Four is going to be somehow worse than Fan Four Stick. That Tim Story's first two Fantastic Four films are still going to be the best interpretations.
Well, I
can see that happening.
They got a Latina to play Sue Storm.
Like I said, this ain't gonna work well in Fan Four Stick. It did work well when Josh Drake pulled it off. It's not gonna work well here.
I didn't even see that. I mean, I just couldn't be bothered. Okay.
Yeah.
There's no interest whatsoever.
My brother said
Sorry.
I took my brother to go see that Fan Four Stick for his birthday, and he said that yeah, don't get me anything for next year.
Yeah, and I was like, you're just like, this is the dude who made Chronicle, like probably one of the best found footage, anything using found footage. And probably the only thing I've ever watched that using found footage. I was like, okay, you made a freaking superhero film out of it. You gave us Michael B. Jordan first episode on screen. So I'm like, oh, you ruined this. And he was supposed to helm Star Wars too.
Yeah.
I just find that hilarious. I think I was watching Gary's video this week, and I'm like, there were a lot of people who were supposed to helm Star Wars projects that all basically fell under.
Yeah,
Because we got Ruin Johnson, we had David,
Dumb and Dumber,
Dumb and Dumbass,
the guys from the Lego Movie.
Yeah,
Patty
Jenkins, and now we got Damon Lindelof, who made that horrible Watchmen.
Watchmen in name only.
Yeah, name only.
Yeah, it's like a lot of canned Star Wars projects, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's because I don't think they want to work with KK because she is just I think she's micromanaging the entire projects that they're doing.
Yeah, and we haven't heard anything from Manjaw Headland, aka Harvey Weinstein's former personal assistant.
Yeah.
What was her name again?
She knows where
Leslie
all the
Headland.
Yeah, she knows where all the great kits are buried.
Oh, Bethany, I know we brought this up earlier, but you weren't here. You hear the update of the limited run games with Purple Tinker.
She has since gone on huge damage control, and it's only made things worse. She just comes off as a bigger POS, and a bigger scumbag.
Oh, Purple Tinker, the one who got the person fired from limited run games.
Yeah, community manager.
Yeah.
I would like to ask Caroline of Alexandria what she thinks about this whole thing.
I just want to let her know. I just want to say this right now. I used to do fan art of this. So I am not going to label all bronies, just this one.
Yeah.
She started a BronyCon, but yeah, she's a bigger POS. And
yeah, and from what I've seen and what
just
I've read,
utterly detestable human being.
Yeah, from what I've seen and from what I've read, they've only limited run games only listened to one person.
Yeah, they bent the knee to one person. I was like, "Are you serious?" And you basically tanked your entire company for one person. And they're still getting blowback.
Yeah.
Oh, they're still getting blowback till this day.
Yeah,
because it's disgusting. It is absolutely disgusting.
I doubt that they're not gonna get any more blowback because right now gamers are against limited run and tabletop gamers are against WotC.
Well, also to add on to this is that, like, listen, they're not going to bounce back from this. Yeah. I think this is going to be the death blow for them. I mean that. I think this is legitimately going to be the death blow for them because they cannot bounce back from this.
Yeah,
because people are not going to forget. Because audiences are not going to forget what they did.
Yeah, last time they did last time they did something, this was over a meme.
You can't. This is like this year is crazy. Like we're already dealing with this, and then of course there's the sad news is that Jerry Renner, he's going to end up being amputated.
Yeah.
Well,
sucks. At least he's alive. At least he's still breathing. You know what I mean?
At least they tried to save the leg, but not. At least they tried to save the leg, but he'll live.
Yeah,
he'll live. It just sucks. It really.
I don't know if he could do. He won't be able to do action movies anymore, but he can.
No, he probably won't.
He'll still.
Well,
be able to act.
What he'll have from now is he'll have. I mean, it's not, of course, but you know what? There are so many kinds of technological innovations being
there
made.
Is. There is.
Like he's gonna.
I wouldn't be surprised if he got like a prosthetic.
And you know what? For this happening to him, it could be something that's going to really force that line of technology to take a jump and get some more focus on.
Like
so I mean,
you know, something like that.
Yeah. Hey guys, I don't mean to break it here, but we're almost to hour 4, and I'm faded out here a bit, so I might call it.
No, Jinja. We go 5 more. No, Jinja, we go 5 more hours.
No,
come on, Eric. Eric, Bandito, what do you say? Come on,
you guys can. But I didn't get around to coloring this tonight, so I'm just going to stick with it in black and white for now, and then scan it, and then go back at it color tomorrow. But I'm a.
So
good job, dude.
What can be
great. I like the. Okay, I wanted to say something earlier. I like the effulgence of the beam of sunlight. You can practically feel the photons of the sunlight. It's brightening, like the way it blends into Boromir right there. You know what I mean, that line of definition. It's because it's. I like that starkness. That's really cool.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir.
It's coming along. It's
you feel
like,
that?
I wish
you could feel it. It's like it's got a brightness to it. It's like,
Exactly.
It's difficult to kind of to preserve that because there's places in it I could have done better, like up here, but it was just like a mistake with the pen. But I could go in there with some bleed-proof white later on and kind of fix up a couple of those spots. But feeling good about it. I was just I didn't know if I'd be able to get this far tonight. I was just struggling with trying to.
You chuckle on, man.
Hang over. Exactly. You persevere. You push forward.
Persevere,
you don't
baby.
give up. Mm-hmm. But if you guys don't mind cutting it, go ahead and let's do our outros if that's cool. I don't want to be a party pooper, but my body's.
Yeah, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Yeah, you gotta go home, but you gotta get your ass up out of here.
I'm gonna go get some brunch.
What's Japanese? What's Japanese for? You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get your ass up out of here.
Kaide.
Go home.
Get out. No, but here they would say it very politely. すいません、ちょっと時間になりましたので、お帰りになっていただけませんか? And they say something like that.
お願いします.
Exactly. お願いします.
Fine, I'll leave.
So is that cool if we do these little outros here? Don't mean to throw
Go
it at you all
for
of a
it,
sudden,
man.
but Eric, is it cool if we start with you?
Yes, indeed.
All right.
Hello,
All
everyone. I am Eric O'Sullivan, aka the Reverend Sully, ordained on the internet, and I bring you daily comic book talk. I do a 3 p.m. U.S. Eastern daily show. We talk about comic books just for a couple of minutes in a day, and then we get back to our lives. But we take those few precious moments together in conversation, in the live chat, in the comments, and we embrace our escapism. And I'm doing a bagging, boarding, and boxing show of all of my old comic books. And it's going to be fun. We're going to be learning lots about comic history and about grading comic books as well. And so it's going to be fun. And I also make cooking content as well. I'm a professional chef. So, yes, come on by, and growing my little channel. And thank you, James, for having me on. And it's good to see Bendito and Makini and Grant and Kenzo meeting him for the first time. And it's good to see everyone in the live chat. Really. Thank you so much, James.
Awesome, man. Thank you, bud. Thank you.
Cheers.
You're the bomb. You're the bomb. Sorry. Bandito, are you cool? Here, I'll blow you up there.
Yeah, I'm good. Hey, that's Bandito Bane. I'm the well-rounded nerd. Currently getting my ass kicked by Grandpa Nurgle. You could find me on regularly find me on the stream here every Sunday, or you could hit me up on Twitter, Bandito Bane, or you can hit me up on Facebook. Hit me up on my Gmail, on my Gmail at bombermanefx@gmail.com, and we could talk. I'm currently working on a comic book. If you want to throw around some ideas, I'll always be open to criticisms. Okay, and remember, green is best.
There we go. Was that a Warhammer thing?
There's no such thing as too much DACA.
There we go. All right, and next, Makini.
I like you're saving the best for last. Basically, I appreciate that, Jinja.
That's me.
I'm kidding. I'm too humble about that. No, thank you guys so much. I am artist, journeyman, and illustrator of Makini 90. Thank you all for being here on this another fun Jinja Ninja art show. So today we have of course my main art show, Makini Live, which is at 12:30 PST, which is probably sometime early Monday morning for Jinja right now. But we're going to be celebrating the birthdays of both my co-hosts, Bruce Lombardo and Mads Mama Bear, as I've been prepping this illustration just for them. And I think they are going to absolutely flip when they see this. So guys, definitely check that out. Come stop by, wish them a happy birthday, and let's have some fun. Let's really have some fun on this Sunday. This is what we do here. So thank you, Jinja, and I hope to see you guys at 12:30 for the greatest Sunday afternoon art show on YouTube. Makini Live.
Yes, I have dropped those links in the live chat if you would like to subscribe to Makini Draws or Bandito Bane's channel. He's going to make some Warhammer content soon. I can feel it.
Yes,
and also,
definitely.
The link is in the live chat too. Check out Anti-Steam Junk Western issue 0 by Thomas Stenger and James Harris. Very right here. We saw it all come together.
And don't forget to look up #respect for Tolkien.
Oh, yeah, appreciate that, man.
Respect for Tolkien, guys.
Speaking of Tolkien, I guess I'll throw this out here last. Here's the black and white of the picture today. There we go. Thank you guys for all coming here and checking out the stream. I'm going to scan this in and probably do some color later. I don't know if I'm going to do the color live or not. I might do it on. I'm trying to do Twitch right now as well. I don't know if you guys are out there doing Twitch or not.
Are you trying to encroach in my territory? I'm just kidding.
Are you on there? I didn't even know.
Yes, I'm on Twitch.
There's a bunch of it's pretty big here in Japan now too. Sorry, I'm yawning. I'm trying not to.
I do game streams, so I do games.
Well, I'm not going to interrupt your game strings at all. I'm not a gamer. I just do some live art on there. There's a bunch of people who do live art on there, so it's I thought I'd give a shot at doing have stuff over there on that realm. But again, I'm going to be doing a few more of these pictures throughout the week. Respect for Tolkien is January 21st. So if you guys want to join on Twitter and try to make that go viral, make that hashtag go viral, show Amazon who's really the boss. You know what I mean?
Oh, also, one thing to mention, guys. Tomorrow is important. Tomorrow is, of course, MLK's birthday. So if you guys can do yourself just a quick favor and just watch his I Have a Dream speech. If you can, you get some time every day to watch that dream speech, because without that, we probably wouldn't be doing what we're doing right now.
Oh, of course, yeah.
We probably wouldn't be coming together right now if it wasn't for him anyway.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I won't be watching and start looking at is that statue. Oh boy.
Oh, sweet Jesus, Lord of Heaven!
See
that was awful.
Oh, that's in your neck of the woods, isn't it, Eric?
It is. It's in it's in my park here over here in Boston.
Dude, what is going?
I don't know. Dude, I think it's just lefty bait, because anyone who's mean to it or says something about it, you're a bigot, you're a racist, you're a phobe, and you're being harmful to some. I mean,
it's a waste of bronze.
It's a trap. It's a trap.
Yeah, it's a waste of bronze. Come on, guys. There's so many better ways to do that.
What?
So sorry. Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now. This looks like an H.P. Lovecraft monster.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, the memorial of Washington D.C. is better. Looks way better.
Oh yeah,
out of a piece of granite.
Yep. Oh yes, that's
But
But good pointing that out there. Sorry, Mecca, about tomorrow.
God.
Yeah. Don't look at it for too long.
Just don't look at the statue, please.
I feel my sanity just leaving my body.
I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's a 4 of psychic damage.
It looks like someone's trying to give him a handy.
Yes. Yeah. It's well, there you go. Oh, hey, look at that. Sporking's back. So we have to stay on here for another 5 hours, like Mackety said. Just joking. Sorry. Oh, look, Sporking. Oh, let's blow that up real quick. We'll let Sporking. Hey, there he is. The man.
Hey, Scott.
Sporking.
Oh, never mind. Hey, Eric.
I'm wearing his shirt. And
how dare you?
It was ironic.
All right. So, January 21st, hashtag everybody. If you can on that day, let's try to make this go viral, like I said. And I have to thank Sporky also for sharing that as well. I apologize for the odds here. I'm going to hold this one back. But be on the lookout for maybe some more impromptu streams this week. And other than that, I don't really have anything going on. But again, appreciate all of you guys coming out here on the panel. Everybody out there in the chat, you guys are amazing. Just every week. I'm so thankful. I can't express how thankful I am that you guys actually take out your precious time to be on here and to enjoy talking about entertainment, talking about art, talking about stuff, just having a good time, hanging out. Yeah.
Like what Ralphie Wiggum said to Lisa Simpson. So do you like stuff?
All right. So with that in mind, all you guys have a great week. And we'll see you next time. Have a good one.
All right.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.